Hello, hello, and welcome to another start to finish reading sprints. I'm already like the moment I clicked go, my heart started going again because I don't I don't know why when I did this the first time I thought this would be a good idea, and I intentionally said this will be a series of things that I do to get books finished. And then since then I've been like, why? Why have I done this? But I've done it because I've got books on my shelf that I need to get to. I've TBR'd this twice. So if I don't read it and I then TBR it a third time, I have to unhaul it. That's like a little challenge I've set for myself. So I will be reading Ghosted. Lizzie has very kindly agreed to read with me, but I'm going to introduce you guys first, and then I'm going to talk about why I think Lizzie's going to hate this. So Lizzie is my flatmate, but also a booktuber. Lizzie, tell us a bit about yourself.
I'm really boring. No, I'm joking. I'm Lizzie, and I felt like I wanted to try and finish the book before Hannah because I am highly competitive, and Hannah and I have a horrible character trait where we bait each other quite often, and Hannah gets more joy of baiting me than actually winning, whereas I get more joy when I win.
So it's actually quite a good little dynamic, really.
I was going to say, that sounds perfect. That sounds like the perfect way to do this.
So, yeah, I'm picking up Ghosted too, but I am not convinced I'm going to like this. So, we'll see.
And Ashley, we've actually met on a different live because you and I were on Emma Novella's reading sprints once before.
Maybe.
I realised that the other day. But mainly we chat on Discord. So would you like to introduce yourself and what are you reading today?
So I'm Ashley's media addiction, and I do like books and movie relating stuff. Do sprints all the time. I love sprints. And I have a book club called the Recreate Book Club, and so I'm going to be reading Emma by Jane Austen. My edition's over 500 pages, and it's not that I have no interest in this book. It's
500 pages, and it's a classic.
And also I've never had an interest in Jane Austen in my life, so
wait. When you said that you were reading it for your book club, I assumed you were reading it for a book club you are part of, not a book club you created and thus chose the book for.
Well, I never chose it. One of the other co-hosts chose it, so it wasn't me who chose the book. But yeah, I'm like the co-host for the book club, so I'm like, I have to read it. It's not like I can just be like, no, not this month, because that'll be awkward at the live show. So especially when I'm the one hosting the live show. So it's going to be awkward if I don't read it. So I'm using these sprints today so that if I like the book, I can binge read it. If I don't like the book, it's going to give me that push to actually read it, because I know me otherwise. I'll just put it to the side and be like, nah. So I'm going to use these today to be really productive.
That's
Fingers
good.
crossed.
I thought you were like straight up self-sabotaging yourself, but no, you're fine. So we have people in the comments. Good morning, everybody. Let us know what you are reading. And also later on, I'm going to get you guys to decide what I'm going to read for the next one, because if I don't commit and tell you guys that I'm going to read something else next time, I won't do it. So, okay, so going back to Ghosted and why I think Lizzie's going to hate it, I will start by reading just the cheeky little blurb, right? One ordinary morning, Laurie's husband Mark disappears, leaving behind his phone and wallet. For weeks, she tells no one, carrying on her cleaning job at the nearby university, visiting her tricky dementia-suffering father, and holing up in her high-rise flat with a bottle of wine or two to hand. When she finally reports Mark as missing, the police are suspicious. Why did she take so long? Wasn't she worried? Laurie's account of subsequent events raises even more questions. What makes her mistrust her father's carer? Why is she still fascinated by the long-ago murder of a local girl? Does she really sense a strange presence in the flat? It is only when she looks back on the ensuing wreckage, the friendships broken, the wild accusations, the one-night stand, that she begins to understand what lay behind it and see how she might repair the damage if it's not too late. Laced with dark humour, this intriguing novel draws a memorable portrait of a stubborn young woman as angry with herself as she is with everyone else close to her. As the layers of Laurie's tale peel away to reveal the tragedy at its core, the unexpected emerges, a deeply affecting and unconventional love story. I think Liz is going to hate it. I don't think there's a single thing in that synopsis except maybe like the creepy bit, like strange presence in the flat. I don't think there's a single thing in this that would make this make me recommend this book to you.
Well, you know, that can make this interesting if I absolutely hate this book. It'll be more of a chase to the finish of if I DNF it or not, maybe. Percy. Okay, Percy's in my room. If you hear any clattering and banging, she's chasing a fly.
That's our cat. I say our cat. It's Danny's cat. It's Danny's cat, but Danny's not here. Cool. So apparently Marlene will be having breakfast during the first sprint. Smart. Snacks are important. But is reading Stardust. I'm assuming that's the Neil Gaiman one, which is actually quite a cute short read. I prefer the film.
I've always wanted to read that. I've never read it. If it's Neil Gaiman one,
I think it is. But yeah. So I'm going to see if any other comments come through, and if not, we'll just jump straight into the first sprint because I need to get this started, and then I want to give like first impressions. Plus, Lizzie is giving me a head start by playing Animal Crossing for the first 45 minutes.
I need to get my turnips.
All right, I've never played this game, but you bang on about turnips like they are life or death.
They are life or death. Like it's the way you make money in Animal Crossing, and like you can make money other ways, but turnips is the way to go.
Right. Lizzie's gonna hate me, but I don't like Animal Crossing.
That's fine. A lot of people don't, and to be honest, once the main game like finishes, like once you've done everything, it's kind of repetitive and a little bit boring. And I'm not particularly artistic, so my island is just a bit shit. So I can understand why you would.
Amazing.
I think for me, it's just how repetitive it is. Like, so I like doing like if it's like quests, you're doing different quests for people, but it's the same dungeons and stuff. I don't mind it, but I'm like, why am I just going over here to pull some weeds? Like,
I completely
my brain cannot compute why that's fun.
No, the repetitive nature, I'm here for it. I will play literally hours of Sims, just constantly, and it's the same thing over and over again. Sure, they've got different jobs, but they all live in the same like apartment building because I made it and it's my favorite, and like that's just how that works. Like I have literally like 8 generations of one family just all in one. I love it. Anyway, yes, it is the Neil Gaiman version. Seeing the movie, always want to read it. The movie is spectacular. So good. Okay, right. Let's start then, shall we? I've gone for
No.
Yeah, we're gonna go straight in. There's no warm up. There's no 20-minute warm up sprint. It's straight up 45 minutes. Come on, Ashley, you can do it.
Hope so.
Okay, right. I'm gonna click start, and I will see you guys in 45 minutes. Welcome back.
Hi.
How did you get on?
Not great. How much did I read? I read, I can't even count, 17 pages.
Okay. That's 17 pages more than you had before. That's a start.
They're going on about handsome letter, and I didn't understand. They're like, how handsome this letter is, but they said handsome letter about 5 times in one paragraph, and I'm like, I don't understand.
They're just saying that it looks nice. They're just saying like that they've been written to and it's well written. That's all they mean.
I'm going to be so confused by the end of these splits. I'm just going to be here like, I don't know what's going on.
No, that's fair. That's fair. How are your turnips, Lizzie?
Great. And I've finished playing Animal Crossing, so I will be reading in the next sprint.
I'm gonna give you a heads up. My suspicions that you'll hate this have been confirmed because there is a partial sex scene on like the 3rd page that is fucking horrible.
Great. Love that for me.
Morning, Milan. Yeah, no, it's genuinely the worst. I can only assume you will hate this book. Like, it's really interesting because it's not written chronologically. There's loads of stuff going on. There's stuff like hinted about, but like not. And I'm only like 29 pages in, so it is like very early days. But I don't think you're gonna like it.
Oh no.
Morning, Jamie. So I'm just updating Goodreads to say that I have stuff.
Maybe I'll go make toast before I start reading then.
Oh yeah, I would definitely recommend snacks for sure. For sure. But everyone in the comments, did you read? And if so, how many pages did you get done? Obviously, a couple of people have only just rocked up. So let me know what you will be reading. I picked up Ghosted because I've had this on my TBR a couple of times. Lizzie will be at some point reading Ghosted with me. I think she's going to hate it. And Ashley is reading Emma.
Which I'm just confused by. So we're all going to have different emotions. It's fine.
Yeah, it will definitely slow down your reading experience if you have to look up Spark Notes every 5 seconds to find out what's happening.
Apparently, the time left in the book is 20 hours and 4 minutes.
Oh, okay.
So
great. Not long at all. You'll be fine.
Love that for me.
Great. Okay. Morning, Taria. You read 30 pages of The Summer Wives. What is The Summer Wives? Let me look it up on Goodreads. I don't think I've heard of that one.
Percy is losing her mind, by the way, Hannah.
About what?
The cat. I have no idea. She's coming in and out of my room and she just made the weirdest noise outside my door. And I'm like, are you possessed? Like, are you okay? And now she's under my bed. Like an absolute nope. And she's out again. She's just being a weirdo.
Apparently, The Summer Wives is 1951's High Society. Which sounds really interesting. And at least you've got some sympathy there, Ashley, for the 20 hours. 20 hours to go. Why don't you just watch the TV adaptation? There's like a BBC series adaptation, which is great.
Because that's cheating.
Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is.
Stretch those prompts, Hannah.
I'll get it done. I'll get it done. I'll take a while. It'll take a while. That's all. I can do this. I had to reread pages like 3 times at one point, like the same page. So that's probably why I've only read 17. Because I'm like, what? Let me just reread this whole entire paragraph. Hopefully I'll get used to the writing style soon, because obviously it's written different because it's a classic. So I think that's also kind of throwing me off a bit. But I'm hoping the more I read it, the more I'll kind of just get used to the writing.
Yeah, it will kind of just become, you won't have to second guess every other thing, because you'll be like, no, that's fair. That's fair. So Milan hasn't started reading yet. Obviously, you've only just got here. That's fine. Reading Salarian's new book, about 100 pages in, 200 pages left, and you want to finish it today. Well, I will be sticking around all day to read. So fear not, you will not be on your own. Why are you awake at 4 a.m.? Why? It's 10 o'clock in the morning here. I would say go back to sleep, but I feel like if you're up at 4 a.m., there's either something going on or you've just not been able to sleep. So I hope you're okay. You out there, Lizzie? I can't tell if you're watching the cat or just having an existential.
No, I'm watching Blue because he's, giving himself a bath really loudly.
Oh, delicious.
Yeah. But he's also doing it where he's sitting like a human again.
Oh, I love it when he does that.
Yes.
So Jamie is going to be reading the Book of Night. I am 12 pages into that, Jamie. It wasn't on my TBR. Lizzie gave me her spare copy and I started it, and then I realized that I was currently reading like 12 other things, so I've had to put it down. So I hope you're enjoying it. Let me know if you like it. Because you bought that in somewhere. You were Edinburgh. I really should pay better attention when I'm on Discord. I really should, or at least retain some information. No. My sleep schedule is garbage, but I'm enjoying reading with you. Yeah, no, that's fair. I've got quite a few friends, especially those in the US, who struggle with sleep. And I think with the change in seasons, I've noticed my sleep has been messed up by the fact that I don't have blackout curtains. So the moment it even gets remotely light outside, I'm very awake, and I hate that. Oh, I wasn't even, Scotland, wrong city. Glasgow yesterday, got 100 pages in and enjoying it so far. Love that for you. Because apparently, like, Book of Night has had I think mixed reviews is probably the nicest way to say it. Some people love it and some people fucking hate it. And I don't know what is going on.
Black?
Yeah. And I don't know what's going on with our Titans at the moment, but like I feel like Lee Bardugo, Sarah J. Maas and Holly Black have all really struggled like recently with like big releases being really hyped, and then people have been really disappointed.
It's got an average of 3.59 stars though. Like that's not awful. It's not great, but it's not awful.
No.
I always think if you overhype a book, you're going in expecting something amazing. So when it isn't that amazing, you automatically just feel so let down. So I feel like because everyone's overhyping them, it's causing that effect.
Yeah, but like I do agree with you. I think if you've got expectations, that's always really hard. That's why like I know this isn't going to meet my expectations, because like the description of it and the cover of it I really liked, but having got 30 pages in, I'm like, But I also think that when they are established authors and they've got like an established writing style and like characters, etc., there's not really a lot they can do wrong when their audience is that big, and yet they have. Like, that's the bit that kind of like, that's the bit that gets me. My sleep schedule was rubbish for months, but fortunately able to turn it around in time for a new job to start this past week. Congratulations on the new job. I hope you're enjoying it. But yeah, no, I think there is something about summer, and I've got this theory, and I have put it on Twitter before, so soz Lizzie, because you'll have heard this before, that we basically end up with some kind of like jet lag because we're being forced to wake up earlier because of the sunshine and stuff. So the reason people have been feeling like crap over the last couple of weeks is essentially like an unscheduled jet lag. Because if you go on holiday and then you come back and you feel rubbish because you're like the time differences, etc., that makes sense. But if you're just in your house, do you know what I mean? It just kind of sucks.
I have blackout curtains, so doesn't really affect me.
Lucky for some. I don't have blackout curtains. I have really nice hazy ones from IKEA because they were like £6. So it's because my window is right next to my bed. So like my pillows is right underneath my window. So if I didn't, I'd be up at like 4 a.m. or 3 a.m. or whenever it starts getting light, because Scotland's weird. It can either be like pitch black or stupidly light, depending on the weather. And we're like, all right, it's going to be that kind of thing. Describing a lot of England though. Like I feel like that's just how the sky works. It's either light or it's dark. No.
I mean, like, it depends. Like, do you get like really dark but it's also really light? Because that's a thing that Scotland has. It's weird.
Yeah,
it's like
so
really dark, but it's like super light, and you're like, what the is this?
I would say so. I mean, that we've like my favorite thing is when it's so overcast you can't really see the sky. It looks like someone's just whited out the sky, and then it will get dark really quickly because like the sun can't get through, but it is really bright because it's white.
Yeah.
So can you tell I did really well in geography? Like I'm like, yeah, sky, white, and/or dark. That's it. That's all we've got.
It's only things we need to know.
Yeah, exactly.
The sky is up. We're sorted.
Sky is up, but in some places, sky is down. Anyway, I'm just we're gonna do another 45 minutes. Because I've lost my mind. I'm gonna make another pot of tea and probably get a snack as well. Because the moment Lizzie mentioned toast, my belly started rumbling. But then I will come back and crack on. So anyway, right. Let's start. And I will see you guys in 45 minutes. Hello.
Hi.
So, Lizzie, dare I ask?
It's weird.
Mm.
I'm 29 pages in.
So that's interesting. You got to the exact same spot I got to in my first reading sprint.
I did not like the sexy time scene. That was really weird. The main character's like interesting though.
She's got some stuff going on. She's got some stuff going on. So like I got to page 47 and it's very similar to Cold Boy's Wood. That was obviously the book club pick in that she chats a lot of shit. But every now and then there's like a little drop of something that's like, that's interesting. I don't think you meant to say that to everybody. So interesting. How are you getting on, Ashley?
I read 14 pages. I don't have a clue what's going on. Oh. I don't understand a word of this book. Oh, I'm going to be the most confused person for 500 pages. I just don't like. It goes like really big descriptions, right? And I'm like, I'm okay with that. And then it just goes into a conversation, but I don't know who's talking to who or about what. And I'm like, what's happening? And the amount of time she uses the word handsome, I want to throw the book away. And I'm only on page 35.
To be fair, handsome was just generally used as like a compliment for like everything. So they wouldn't have had like if anything was beautiful, it would have been described as handsome. Like that's just generally how they describe stuff.
I know, but I'm pretty sure I've read the word handsome about 20 times each page. Like it just seems to never end.
It's a romance. They're going to keep calling stuff handsome, Ashley. I don't know what to tell you.
It doesn't even feel like a romance. I'm just very confused.
That's fair. Well, I hope you become less confused. You might need to check it out on Spark Notes and just get like the general gist of it first. Might help. Anyway,
I'll manage somehow.
Milan says that I have perfectly described the weather with that whole like overcast grey thing. No need to apologise, Pixie. Welcome. Yeah, it's a Sunday. The only people silly enough to wake up early are us three. So, and Lizzie's not happy about it, as you can see. So, congratulations on your 5%. And you've called. I need to text my dad. Thank you for reminding me. Yep, Father's Day. Good point. And I hope you sleep well, Taria. Gonna text him now. Be like, happy Papa's Day. To be fair, I didn't get him anything because he always gets really weird about it.
Me not also doing that. It's fine. He's going surfing this weekend, so there's literally no reason for me to call him.
Yeah, no, my dad is just driving back from Wales today, so he'll just be in the car all day, which he does quite enjoy. So Milan managed 43 pages, which is really good. And yeah, Ashley, do you want to talk about why you're reading Jane Austen's Emma again?
Because I have to. I don't really want to, but I have to. It's my book club's pick for June. I don't know. The live show's just going to be me there, just like.
Yeah, it's going to be Lizzie and I being like, and you being like,
I don't have a clue. There's like, the one thing she did say was that a farmer's unattractive and they're much lesser in their society. And that's pretty much the only part I've got. And I'm like, oh, so she's a bit of a cow. Got it. Anyway.
Emma?
I think so, yeah. I think it's Emma who's saying that, yeah. Don't like her very much.
Interesting.
At 35 pages in, that's a good way in. I'm 6% of the way through. Just good. If I can get to 25% today as a minimum, I'll be happy.
That's fair. That's fair. So Celine said, "Hi everyone, I started Royal Assassin, but I'm reading slowly. Also completely forgot it's Father's Day, so thanks for the reminder, Marlene." Yes, thank you, Marlene. I think we all forgot. I've seen like advertising for it everywhere, because I'm not living with my parents anymore. Apparently my dad has just ceased to exist. Object impermanence, it's a thing. Pixie has suggested you watch Clueless, which is very young, baby-faced Paul Rudd.
I like Clueless, but I've not seen it in years. I understand Clueless. I do not understand this book.
Well, Clueless is based on Emma. It's the same story.
Doesn't seem like the same story.
It is the same story.
I think it doesn't seem like it, but I do know it is. I'll probably watch Clueless afterwards and be like, you know what? I need just something simple.
That's fair.
But I want to do, you know how I occasionally do book versus movie? I want to do the 2020 movie release versus this book. Like, there's 9 times out of 10 chance I'm going to think the movie's better because unless it confuses me as much as this book does.
No, that's fair.
And then I might just cry. I might just cry if the film's just as confusing.
There's like a 4-episode BBC adaptation, which is pretty, because that's pretty close to the. I haven't seen the film yet, but I've heard good things. Yeah, Clueless is great. We love Clueless. I love that. You're welcome for the reminder, everybody. I want to watch Clueless again now, and the Gwyneth Paltrow Emma. It's the only one I've not seen because I can't really see Gwyneth Paltrow as Emma. Like, that's just bizarre to me. But I do like that. And I also really enjoy how 10 Things I Hate About You is The Taming of the Shrew.
Is it?
Updated. Yeah.
I did not know that, but I adore that movie.
But so if you were to guess, Lizzie, what kind of rating you think you're going to give this book, where do you think you're at?
Probably a 3-star.
Interesting. Okay.
It's fine. It's like a bit weird, but like it's not done anything completely like that I absolutely detest. It
just is.
I will just say I really hope she killed him. That's
Well, this is my thing. Is like I don't think she did. I don't think she has killed him. But the way she's acting, I keep being like, you keep talking about these podcasts you've watched, and you keep talking about all these statistics you know, and why you weren't worried that he was dead. But you keep acting like a suspect, don't you? You crazy little bean. Like, it's just I don't understand her rationale.
It was when she was talking to the police and she's like, yeah, you know, like people fall in canals. And I was like, yeah, make it seem like you've pushed him in. Good job.
Yeah. Like, and I get that, like, her brain is, like, talking about stuff in the past. So for context, in this, her husband just up and leaves one day whilst she's at work. And she then takes 5 weeks to tell the police that he's missing. And then she just does a whole bunch of suspicious shit. And, like, it's really interesting, and I don't want to like spoil it for Lizzie particularly. I don't mind spoiling it for anyone else though. So if you're watching this and you're like, spoilers, Hannah, soz. There is like a bit where she's talking to someone, and then like stuff from like earlier on in the year is like hinted at, and it's like it's clear she's either repressing stuff or she's hiding something, like something other than the fact that she may have killed her husband. But it kind of reminds me of the murder of Graham Catton, except I just generally enjoyed that more.
That's fair.
So we shall see. But my next thing is going to be to go and pour the tea that I made, and then try and read more than 20 pages in one go. Because so far I haven't managed that.
I think my goal is going to be to get to page 50, which is 15 pages.
Oh, you can do that.
I hope so. Sure I read 14 in the last sprint though. It's reading very slowly for me, but I think it's because I just don't know what's going on. So I'm having to like reread bits.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
So we're going to be here today. We're going to be here, and you'll like finish your book. And you'll be like, so how are you getting on? I'm like, I still don't know what's going on.
You're gonna be like, and that is the end. Don't ask me any questions.
I feel like you might be better off actually just reading through it and then reading like a plot summary afterwards. So at least you've read the book and just being like, right, you know what, I didn't understand it, read a plot summary, watch a movie, then you'll understand it.
Or do the Spark Notes chapter summary before you read the chapter. Because if you know what's going to happen in the chapter generally, you might be able to, at least to begin with, so that you can start putting pieces together of like who's talking, what's going on. Because I know for a fact, if you're struggling already, the fact that there are 2 characters called Mr. Knightley is going to be tricky later on. Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Well, I thought this book could not get more confusing. They're going to give me like this person, but it's really the same person, but it's not the same person. I'm like, what's going on? I'm going to be so confused.
Mm-hmm.
I maybe really should have watched the film first, so I could be like, right, okay, this is what I'm getting myself into. I didn't think of that, so I'll watch the film afterwards and be like, oh, all the bits are clicking now. I hope.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed for you. I have sent Ali the link if Ali wants to join us later, but I'm also laughing that in the comments, her and Pixie discussing how behind they are on their own book club. Lizzie and I also host a book club called Bevies and Books, and we've not had a live show for about 2 months because I'm just useless at actually getting stuff in place for that. So hopefully we will actually have a live show this month. But if we do, it will be next Sunday.
Oh god, that means I need to read a book for it.
Mm-hmm.
Fun.
Yeah. Although, to be fair, you've already read one. Well, no, you haven't, because it's an LGBT standalone, but you have read an LGBT book. You literally finished it yesterday.
Yes, I did. And it's not a standalone, though. It's a series.
I feel like you could still use it and talk about it, though.
Yeah, possibly.
You don't need to feel shame about not reading, by the way. It is what it is. I don't want to feel shame for not reading stuff. I get stuff like that. I force myself through it, or I don't. That's just, it is what it is, you know?
I know for a fact I have to force myself through that. Like, so much of me kind of just wants to DNF it, and I don't DNF books. I can't DNF at 35 pages, right?
Oh, I've DNF'd. No, I've DNF'd a book after a page. I've DNF'd a book after a paragraph. Like, you absolutely can DNF.
I DNF'd The Girl Who Fell Beneath the Sea after 1 chapter.
Yep.
Oh, I have that, but I've not read it yet, so that has me worried.
Well, I mean, people have loved it. I think I'm in the minority, and I just didn't like the writing style. Like, it just the premise was like, it sounded amazing, but like I just hated the writing style. I was like, I can't do this, so I DNF'd it.
I can't do this.
I think
the writing style was very young YA.
Yeah.
I think if it wasn't for the fact that this is my book club book, I would literally just be like, nope.
I think you still could, but you could watch the film and like read a summary. Be like, well, I did not like the book, but we'll have a discussion about it because I know what happens.
I mean, I feel like I'm only 35 pages in, which isn't enough time to properly give this a chance. So I'm like,
I think that is a completionist mentality there, as opposed to because like I said, like I've literally DNF'd after a paragraph before. If you're not feeling something, you're not feeling something. And with a classic, you have to be emotionally prepared for the language and like breaking it down. And I think it might be trickier for you because you're doing it as a Kindle book. Because I feel like if you're reading like a traditional published book where you can actually like scribble on it or put tabs on it or like leave yourself like a little note to be like, I don't know who this character is, or I need to look this up later or whatever. Yeah. That's one thing. But I feel like you're making life more difficult for yourself a little bit, which is then not going to, as someone who actually enjoys reading classics, I like reading classics that are very, very specific. Usually the spooky ones as opposed to just like generally classics. So yeah, I know that sometimes it can be that they are difficult and they are a very particular type of reading style. So if you try and force yourself, you will hate it. You will hate it.
See, I like children's classics. So I like Enid Blyton and I like Black Beauty and things like that. But those are written very differently. I'm like, I like those ones. I struggle with classics. So
I think this is a perfect comment. A book club isn't a uni assignment, actually. DNF and discuss that.
I feel like I take myself for just DNFing it though, because I don't DNF. I've never DNF.
Well, then this could be your first time. We can support you through your first time.
For the next sprint, carry on reading it, and if by the end of the next sprint you're still not feeling it, bin it off. But then you've given yourself more of a chance to see if you really want to carry on. But like, I feel like you're just not going to have a good time, whereas you can spend these reading sprints actually reading a book that you want to.
That's true. I might leave it until it's 25% in, because that's a good quarter. And if I can't get into it by a quarter of the way through, I might do that. But that'll probably be like all day today.
But only on the understanding that if you're genuinely not feeling it, you leave it there. Because I've got a sneaky suspicion, Ashley, you'll get to 25% and then you'll go, well, nothing's really happened yet. I'll get to 50%. And then you'll go to like 75%. And then you'll get to 100%. And you'll be like, oh, weird. I hated that. And like, you know, us over here being like DNFing is self-care. Like, reading is not a hostage situation. If you're not enjoying it, sack it off.
I will just say, Ashley, I didn't DNF either until I became friends with Hannah. And Hannah convinced me to DNF my first book last year. Was it last year or was it year before? Last year.
We've not known each other longer than 2 years.
No, I was going to say, I was like, it can't be that long ago. But yeah, I'd never DNF'd a book before until I met Hannah. So I don't know if just it's Hannah is the issue here, actually, where we're reading crap books.
What I might do as well is if it gets to 25% and I'm just not getting it, I might put it down for now. I'll still read it this month because I do want to read it, so I know the thing for book club. But if I get to 25%, I have no clue what's going on. I might watch the film so that I can kind of understand everything and then come back and finish the book. Because that way I'm more inclined to know what's actually happening. I can kind of follow it a bit better. So I think I might do that if I get to 25% and I'm just completely lost.
I feel like that's a good shout because then you're still doing what you need to do for your book club, but you might enjoy it a little more.
Yeah. I really enjoy Ali's comment here. Hannah and I can't do buddy reads because we both do it like a friggin' champ. It's really hard because we have very, very similar owned TBRs, right? So we will try and buddy read regularly. And we'll get like 3 chapters in and it'll be like, are you enjoying this? No, me either. And then it just ends, like just nothing happens. And it's such a shame because like there's been a couple of times when like Ali has been like, oh, I'm really hyped for this book. And I'm like, let's read it then. And then it's been like, we've just not enjoyed it. So I'm very sorry. Watching the film and then possibly going back to it sounds like the best thing for you, Ashley. Yeah, I think we're all in agreement with that. So I'm going to go pour tea. I will put back the 45 minute. I learned to DNF from drinking from. Yes, Emma is a hero. So here for that. Cool. 45 minutes starting now, and I will see you guys in a bit. Welcome back. I did manage 30 pages, which is better than 20. But I wasn't quick enough to save Lizzie, unfortunately. Sorry, Lizzie.
It's all right. To be fair, it wasn't too bad because she was really detached anyway from it. It wasn't too bad.
So we've been talking recently, like Lizzie and I, about like triggers and things that like trigger us, because where I'm a bookseller, I do think about that quite a lot, and I try and make sure trigger warnings are like included. And Lizzie was saying to me the other day that one of the things that triggers her the most is animal death, and there is an animal death in this that is pretty gory. But I wasn't quick enough because he was a page ahead of me by that point.
But was it like, I don't like animal death if it's not for purpose. Does it at least have a purpose?
No, it's just a lot of this story is kind of the main character reflecting on just how fucked up her life is, and like it was just another fucked up moment kind of thing. So
that I kind of feel.
Say that again, Lizzie.
I kind of feel like it was so like not part of the plot, that it was just another thing that happened, and she was so detached from the actual death that it was so like, it was such a cold way of looking at it that it didn't affect me the same way, because usually with animal death there's lots of emotions around like the characters around it, and that's generally what then triggers my own emotions of to why like that feeling, and because there wasn't that, it was just like, and the way she explained it, I was like, that's really gross. But this book is so good.
I don't like animal deaths if there's not a purpose. Like, see if it's like defending someone, that's kind of fair enough, because it's like they're doing something that's like heroic and like that they would actually do in character. You know what I mean? But like, I don't like animal deaths just for the fact of having an animal death for impact. Like, I just feel there's no need in them.
Yeah, a lot of this book, it's just there for like shock value. But anyway, welcome, Ali.
Hello.
I don't know how long you were sat there waiting. I didn't see you when I turned off the thing, but you must have been sat there and I just ignored you.
Used to it.
So rude. True though.
You like my...
Yeah. Cats.
Yes.
What time is it for you, Ali? Do I dare ask what time it is?
It's 6 a.m. Look, I woke up at 4:30 because the baby needed to eat, and then I spent 45 minutes looking for my cell phone, so now I'm awake.
Yeah, I did say earlier that there are quite a few Americans I know that have terrible sleep schedules. I was just talking about Ali. It's just Ali. So, what will you be reading in these reading sprints?
Okay, hold on.
Okay, whilst you do that, I will just say that Marlene managed a half chapter. I read a horror last year that was pretty much on page 1 that the dog will be okay. Yeah, okay. That's fair. I appreciate it.
Guys, do you want to hear something amazing?
Go on.
I understood what was happening. I read 21 pages and I understood everything that was happening now. So I don't know whether I'm slowly just getting used to the writing style, so I'm like getting more into it, or whether that was just a really easy section.
I will add a third component, because it could be both of those things, but I would also argue it's now midday. You're not trying to read it having just woken up on a Sunday.
That's a good point.
So I feel like that will also have added to it.
Yeah.
Maybe just a little bit.
I'm starting to enjoy it now.
Good.
Oh,
go on then, Ali, what are
you
you
reading?
reading?
10%. I think I'm gonna pick up this.
Ooh, interesting.
I haven't started it yet, but
I'm really hyped for it because it gives me Furies by Katie Lowe vibes.
I don't think I've read that.
Well, you should. Have you got it? Do you own it?
Mm-mm.
Okay, well, guess what's going to be in your sub box this month?
That works for me.
Oh, that and all of your birthday presents that, you know.
You're the only person who got me a birthday present. Only one parent remembered. The other one forgot.
Ali!
It's okay. I'm used to it. I don't really usually do
no,
anything
it's
for my
not
birthday.
okay just because you're used to it. Like,
That's not
Ali.
acceptable. That you should be mad. Like, what?
I'm going to send you more stuff now.
No, you can't just send me
I'll be
more.
your mum from now on.
Look, my parents, I've told you.
I know. But they can at least have the decency to, like, you know, remember. To be fair, Ali did text me the day before her birthday being like, so, how many parents do you think will actually remember my birthday? 0? So.
It was 1.
Yeah.
Although my dad did remember just late.
Okay.
So at least there's that.
Nobody says that. Marlene has congratulated you, Ashley, for understanding things in Emma. And I agree, it is not okay for people to forget your birthday, especially family, to not get you anything.
Well, I mean, my friends, I barely mention my birthday, so like I don't expect...
I know, you actively avoid acknowledging being older. I do appreciate that, but still.
Well, it's not, I'm fine with getting older.
Your dog's like, nah, don't lie.
But I don't... People giving me affection makes me want to die.
See, you say that, but you also have this thing where if people don't acknowledge or at least remind you that you are valued as a friend and or companion, you get immediately anxious. So I feel like that is a very cruel dichotomy that I'm like, no, Ali, I love you. And you're like, cool, but like, say it less. And I'm like, but I need to say it more. Otherwise you ask me, do you hate me? And I don't.
Well, see, I can spin it no matter how many times you tell me you love me, because I can go, see, you're just saying it because you know that I get sad if you don't say it.
Yeah, sure. Do you know, it's really funny. I've got Ali and Kelly from the Velvet Library in like a little group chat, just the 3 of us. And it started as a place where we could talk about smutty books, but it has become a place where I have to remind Ali and Kelly I am not mad at either of them and that I have just been busy. It's cool. I don't mind it. Cool. Right. I believe we're all on the oh no train. Your Amazon wishlist is still on your Twitter profile, is it not?
No.
It is.
It's not. You have to. It's not pinned anymore. You'd have to look for it.
I'm pretty sure one of your most recent tweets is, "This is my birthday wish list."
Yeah, but my birthday is over, so I took it off of there.
So if anyone feels like being generous, I'm not going to like put it in the chat and stuff because I know people can kick off about that and I just don't want the drama. If, however, you would like to be nice to Ali, she has an Amazon wish list. It is on her Twitter. It is not difficult to find, no matter what she says. I have already ticked off a few things on the list because I wanted to get them in and not have to pay £27 to have them shipped here to then go back there because for some reason it didn't like your address. But that's fine. That is what it is.
That's a lot of shipping costs.
Right? But
I've noticed, like, I can't order things to, like, any of you either. It just doesn't like doing it.
They've updated the system so that you have to specifically, when you go to order stuff, you have to go to the top of the page and click where you're delivering it to before you even search for things. So if I want to send you stuff via Amazon, I can, but I have to put your postcode in or your zip code in first when I search for stuff. Otherwise, what comes up is British stuff, and it then won't send British stuff to you. So if you go, oh, I'm going to purchase something for Hannah, you have to specifically choose the UK first and then ship it to me.
That's obnoxious, but okay.
It is obnoxious. And it makes no fucking sense. They're making it more difficult for people to spend money on them. And I get why. They're doing it for like postage things, right? Because there were, before that, you could pick a British book and get it sent to the US and you would just pay the standard shipping and vice versa. So it's to stop people doing that. But also, fuck Amazon.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, exactly. But it's okay. So you can still buy stuff straight off of your off wish lists if they're in the same country as where you're shopping from originally. So if I was to send something to Lizzie, I could, regardless of the fact we're literally in the same house. Like I could send something to Ashley because we're in the UK. But if I want to send something to Ali, which I do, I have to do it separately. And then I have to pay in dollars as well, which is really annoying.
Yeah, because dollars is more. So it makes you feel bad.
It's just annoying because I have to do maths because it's still something like $1.8 to the pound. So it does work out cheaper to send you books via Amazon than it does for me to order them in and send them. But it's also maths and I can't be asked.
Fair.
I just put in Google. I'm like, this amount in dollars, and it'll tell me.
Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I would do that, but that still counts as maths. Actually, that's still doing maths.
When I pay you, I just let PayPal figure it out and call it a day.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That is absolutely fair.
Well, I know it's going to be less pounds than dollars, so I'm just like...
Yeah, well, we worked that out awkwardly for your last birthday, did we not? So Ali asked if I could send her £50 worth of books because she was treating herself. So I sent her an invoice for £50 worth of books, except £50 is not that in dollars. It's like $100, and that's not what Ali budgeted for.
I was like, oh, oops.
Oops. But it's fine. I only charged you $50 in the end because birthday presents. I was going to send them for free anyway. Like, Ali was insisting on paying. Is it dogs, cats, or babies?
Stop murdering each other.
Dogs.
Cats.
Ah, interesting. It was a 50-50.
Luna and Office Cat hate each other. Well, actually, Office Cat just has zero social skills. Zero. None. Zip. No, there's nothing in here at all. So Office Cat just goes around bothering everybody. And the other cats get pissed, but Office Cat just doesn't get it. Just thinks that everybody's having a good time because she's having a good time.
Is your Office Cat neurodivergent? Is that what it is?
Something.
Because if so, we need to be supportive rather than...
I can't make
be nice to Office Cat.
Be supportive, okay?
We need to be upfront with Office Cat.
Well, okay, but Office Cat triggers Luna because Luna went through a bunch of trauma.
Okay, but Office Cat probably doesn't know that.
Yeah, but that doesn't stop Luna from having a very angry response to the situation. It's just like, why are we psychoanalyzing a bunch of cats right now?
Yeah. I just love fucking cats, man. Lizzie had a friend around the other day and they super casually, but on purpose, was like, so Hannah, are you getting a kitten anytime soon? And I was like, I wasn't gonna. But then, of course, 5 seconds later, I'm scrolling through the internet looking at all these goddamn kittens. And there was a place so Liverpool is a solid 3 hours away from where we are. But there was a place in Liverpool that had 3 kittens that needed to be rehomed together because although they've been bought separately, they were inseparable now. And I was like, right, I've got 2 housemates. That makes 3 of us. We get 3 kittens. Bam.
One each.
Hannah, as someone with 4 cats, you don't need 4 cats.
No, that would have been 5. We already have 2.
We've got 2 already. Okay.
I thought there was only 1.
No, you've got Blue, who's Lizzie's cat, and Percy, which is Danny's cat.
My cat's seen one back in
Folkestone, fuming.
You've probably never seen Blue because he doesn't hang about. As soon as you try and as soon as you perceive him, he's like, no, I'm out.
I've got quite a few photos of Blue though, so fear not, I will send them to you.
Nope.
I also just need to, I forgot that I hadn't left a WhatsApp group of a hen do that I couldn't afford to go to, so didn't go to this weekend. And 79 photos have just rocked up that I didn't need. So I will find you a photo of Blue so you can see. Oh, here he is. There we go. Perfect.
It's this massive thing.
Huh?
He's so big.
Oh, big old baby. So that's Blue.
Oh.
Aww. Blue's adorable. And that's one that Lizzie sent the other day. And then this is Percy. Oh, no, wrong way.
Glorious.
Just being an absolute creep at the top of the
I
stairs.
keep just seeing shine on the screen.
Yeah, there's a lot of shine on screen, but...
Did you see Blue earlier, Hannah? He came on my bed and he jumped up and he came and he said hello to me. He was on my lap. Then he realised he was on camera and he was like, I'm out.
Oh, he does not like to be perceived. That's fair enough. I also shared a photo of my cat on Twitter this morning because someone said, can you share us photos of your cat's noses? I want to do some artwork specifically around cats' noses. And this is the photo that I sent.
Oh, it's
Because this is how close my cat sat on my lap the other day. When I went back down to Folkestone, this is how close to me he was.
Love that.
So I uploaded a vlog yesterday and I used B-roll footage from that visit, even though it's nothing to do with the vlog whatsoever, but just because he gets so close to the camera, you can hear him purring. No regrets.
Aww.
Also, that cat looks so chill on your arm.
Absolutely.
My own cuddly cat.
He absolutely loves attention. He is the biggest baby. He actually loves being carried around like a literal baby.
Yeah, that's Mozart. That's what Mozart does.
He's the biggest.
And then if my dog, if you hug him, he'll try and get you. Like,
Yeah,
he's like, get off of me.
Get off of me. I also feel really left out because I've just realised you've all got like animals in your background. Because Ali's got cats, Ashley's got a wolf, you've got a flamingo, Lizzie. I've got an empty wall.
For a second, I thought my dog had entered the room, and I was like, where is he? Until you said Wolf, I was like, oh, okay, he's not in here. I don't know where he is. He's probably downstairs sleeping in his cage or something.
Yeah, that's fair. No, the most I've got guinea pig salt and pepper shakers. It's not the same though.
Just
so I had guinea pigs as a kid, and then when I got my first flat by myself, I got guinea pigs because we weren't allowed. Cats and dogs specifically were on the contract, not allowed, but no pets. It was no cats or dogs. So I got guinea pigs. So when they passed away, my mum bought me, because they come as a set, salt and pepper shakers that are guinea pig shaped. And one of them has a bow tie and one of them has a party hat. And they're really cute.
That sounds adorable.
Right? Anywho, we should probably do some more reading. And for Ali should do some reading. I mean, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. Don't you have like kids to feed? A husband to just like talk to? I don't know.
My kids don't get up at 6 in the morning. I don't usually get up at 6 in the morning.
That's fair. So you can actually get some reading done. How exciting.
Unless they do wake up, at which point you'll just see me go.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Cool. Right. In which case... I will see you in a bit. Welcome back. We are 3 again because even though Ali was confident that her kids would not wake up, they did because someone knocked on the door. So I managed just about another 30 pages. How are you getting on, Ashley?
I read 10 pages, but I did go to the shop and get dressed and put on lunch. So I feel like that's still quite productive.
No, that's good. That's loads. That's great. What about you, Lizzie?
I played on my phone for like the first like 15 minutes of that sprint. I moved some books around on my bookcase, and then I read another like 20 pages.
Well, I just want to say if I disappear quickly, it's because I've got to put chips in the oven in like 3 minutes, but I will be straight back. Just in case you wonder where I've ran off to.
No, that's absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. So what page are you on, Lizzie?
106.
Me too. See, this is how we'll have to do it then. If you could spend the first 15 minutes of every sprint like playing on your phone or playing Animal Crossing, that gives me just enough time to read at the same speed that you do.
So you are both at the same place, so I'm curious, what are you both currently rating it? Just to see like if it differs or not.
I think this might have to be one that I core pile because, and I go off gut, right, rather than core pile it. But for 3 stars, which I think this will probably end up being, it usually means it's an interesting premise, but I don't like the way it's done, or it's a boring premise done interestingly, and I feel like it's on the cusp of one of those two. I can't decide. The main character is incredibly unlikable, and I think sometimes if they're too unlikable, it means the actual book itself is unlikable. And I feel like she keeps saying things intentionally shocking just to kind of like get a rise out of other people, but the audience as well. And I don't like that. She's an unreliable narrator. That's kind of the whole point. My fear is I think I know where this story is going, and it is not the mystery I wanted it to be. So I think it's probably going to be a 3 stars, but I haven't decided what end of the spectrum 3 stars it's going to
be. I think it could be a 3, 3.5, possibly 4 stars if the thing I think is going to happen happens. But if it's something completely off-piste and it hits me from left field, I will probably give it definitely 3 stars. Like, she is an unlikable narrator. She's unreliable, but I kind of enjoy those weird books where you're not quite sure if what she's saying is true. So, I don't know. I feel like there's something I'm waiting for, like, the penny to drop. And if it's where I think it's going, then great. And if not, then I'm like, well, you didn't really sow the seeds for that. So that would be when the rating drops.
I'm really interested to know what you think is going to happen.
I'll be back in a second.
Enjoy your chips. Okay, so Marlene has read 11% and has crossed the halfway mark. Congratulations. I'm at a third way through, so that's pretty cool. Pixie, I'm going to be inside all day. Like, I'm inside all day. I plan on reading this until I'm finished. I'm not going outside. I went outside twice this week and I've had enough. So, and not only that, Lizzie had to bully me into going outside. So
I did. I was like, you need to come outside with me. I'm not going to sit out here by myself. Also, it's not that sunny here. Like, it's definitely cloudy and it's kind of chilly outside, which we like more, don't we, Hannah?
I much prefer it being chilly because it means I can drink all the tea and hot chocolate that I like. I can wrap up in layers, snuggle up in a duvet, and I don't have to feel guilty about it. I don't like being sweaty. I don't tan very well either. So the sun and I do not see eye to eye. Can I ask, at the risk of spoiling it for anyone who ever wanted to read it and then catching these sprints, what do you think is going to happen? What's your theory?
I think something happened at the beginning of the year with her mental health, and that she is going like the way that her father is, where that kind of, he has dementia, right? I've not, yeah. So I think it's like an early onset dementia kind of thing, and I think she's going to have done something to Mark, and she will have forgotten it.
I don't think she's done anything to Mark. I think Mark has left because she did something to someone else. And I think there is maybe some infanticide, however you say it.
Well, see, this is the thing, right? They keep on talking about the baby upstairs. And she says everyone else seems to kind of ignore it. And I'm like, there's no baby upstairs, is there?
I don't know. I think there is a baby because you've seen her like walking around with like the mum with the pram. I think there is a baby screaming that she hears from the spare bedroom. And I think she has either killed her baby or lost a baby. And that's caused a mental break.
Possibly.
Because I just think she at no point was worried. Like, she's not worried that Mark's gone. Like, she's lonely, but she's not worried. And she's spiteful to him and everyone. And I think her dad there with his mental illness is kind of like a hint towards her having a break. But I don't think it's the same thing. And I just think the way she is, like, she keeps saying things like, I didn't want kids. Oh, they keep waiting for me to be fertilized and stuff like that. I feel like I think it's something related to the baby.
Well, they keep on bringing up that case with the kid as well.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, I don't know. I feel like I like that theory too. And I kind of get the feeling that he just up and left. And he disappeared so well that she couldn't find him anymore. But I'm also like, but wouldn't you tell your mum though if you're going to do that? Like, because her mum seems pretty perturbed that that she waited 5 weeks to tell the police that her son had gone missing, you know? So I don't know. Huh? Perturbed. I meant perturbed. Okay, leave it alone.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. But his mum is out in Portugal, so it depends on how much of a relationship he still has with his mum. And I think if he spent weeks looking at children's photos with this man who's unwell, yeah, I don't know. And like, it's really interesting because there's moments where she's like, oh, I'm an eternal optimist, and then she says something like super sad, and it's like, oh.
I think I just want to know what has happened, and I wouldn't mind if what you say is true either. Like that's a pretty good ending as well, because it's like, oh, you completely made this much worse for yourself, which I wouldn't mind. But if it's like, I don't know, I feel like if he either like killed himself or someone else murdered him that we've already met, I'll be like, but like, you could have clued us in a bit more, you know?
Yeah, which is fair. Let's go through some of the comments. So people are agreeing that chilly weather is superior, because it is. You shouldn't feel guilty about going outside in the sunshine either. The sun can be the worst too. That's fine. You don't have to feel guilty about it at all. Congratulations on your 120 pages so far today. That's 2/3 of the way through. Kind of falling asleep and have to walk Sam soon. I think if you take Sam for a walk during the next sprint, Milen, that'll probably perk you up a little bit. Lizzie and I are going to grab lunch in the next sprint. I'm assuming Ashley is too, if chips are in the oven.
Yeah. I don't want part of my food cooked and then having to wait forever on chips. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to make sure it's all cooked together.
No, that's planning ahead, and I appreciate it. And welcome. I love that name. Dusty Book Sniffers is great. Welcome. Let me know what you're reading, and what a genius booktube name, honestly. Because like, speaking of booktube names, obviously like Lizzie as Elf, that's related to like a joke you had like as a kid, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, my nickname at school. Well, because I'm really short and my initials spell Elf. So I've just reclaimed that for myself. My childhood bullying, I've reclaimed for my own.
No, I love that. Mine is short for Ladette Monologues, because that used to be the blog that I had, which was very much like me, like almost like a diary entry type thing where I would just talk to my audience. but I was watching Rose whatever-a-thon sprints the other day, and it was really funny watching her and Spooks just be like, "And where she's got a different name though. What is her name? I always think it starts with M, but it doesn't, and like that just really tickled me because I'm not very confused with anyone.
Which one? Because there's Rowan.
Yeah.
And then is it Rowan the one you mean? I never remember.
Yeah.
Is it Rowan and
yeah.
Holly? Is Holly Spooks? I don't know if that's her name.
Yeah.
Completely off.
Yeah, no, yeah. It's Books with Ro, isn't it? It's on Twitter. It's just Ro whatever-a-thon at the moment, I think. So yeah, but it just really tickled me. But I want to know, Dusty Book Sniffers.
Mine is just because I'm addicted to movies, gaming, music, and reading. So I was like, it just makes more sense.
Media.
It's full on. And not social media. I used to be social media addicted. I'm not anymore. I've cut that part. Now it's just proper media.
That's fair. Whew, right. I don't know if Ellie's jumping back on again later. I'm assuming she probably will because she wants to get some more reading done. But I'm really, really hungry. So I'm going to just jump straight back into the next sprint so that Lizzie and I can go and eat. Is that going to be enough time for you to get your chips and stuff done, Ashley, and to eat as well?
Yeah, because my food will be finished at 20 past, so that'll give me plenty of time to eat.
Oh, perfect. All right, sweet. They are reading Gone with the Wind, and they love the smell of books, especially old books. That's fair. I love, when you discover, I'll just lost talk again. I love when you find like an antique bookshop and it very specifically smells like an antique bookshop.
Yeah. No, I think that's a great.
I don't think I've ever been in one.
Oh, Ashley, missing out.
I have a bunch of old books that I've got a definitive different smell to new books.
Mm-hmm.
And I love new book smell too, but like they are probably top tier.
I really want to go to Glastonbury because they've got loads of like secondhand bookshops and like crystal shops and stuff, and I just feel like it would be a really nice day for the senses,
You say Glastonbury, and I automatically got off the festival. I was like,
oh yeah, no, I don't want to socialize, and like music would be great, but I want to do that in the comfort of my own home. I've been to a couple of festivals, and I feel like I need to retire at 30 with festivals. Yeah, old bookstores is the best smell. Right, okay, let's sprint, and I'll see you guys in 45 minutes. Welcome back. And hello. We have someone joining us. How are you? Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
There we go.
There it is.
I am good.
Good. What are you reading?
I am reading Warrior of the Wild. I could show it, but it's just...
Oh, okay. No, that's fair.
By Trisha Levenseller.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And so far, I'm liking it.
That's good.
It's very Viking inspired, and I love it.
That's good. I guess you probably get the same way Lizzie gets about Arthurian retellings, living where Arthur was born, basically, that you're like, you got to do Vikings right or don't do Vikings at all kind of thing.
Exactly. And I actually read like a Danish book that was Viking inspired, and I absolutely hated it because it was done so wrong. And I was like, but you're Danish. You should know better. But
yeah, you should know better. No, I had that.
She was trying to be a little bit edgy and a little bit different with the gods and goddesses, and I was like, no, don't do that.
No, that's fair.
Oh,
fair. I had that where
this is better. So
that's good. That's good. I had that where I read a book that was like from like a teacher's perspective, and having been a teacher for 5 years, I was like, no, that's not how that. None of that is how that works. And like this person had clearly never been a teacher because they were just like, yeah, and then I just go home and I was like, where, how? Didn't happen.
How?
Yeah. How were your chips, Ashley?
It was good. I had like a mozzarella and pezzo corn thing with it. So it was just really nice.
Delicious.
I had that, and then I watched an episode of Seinfeld while I ate because I like to just kind of watch something on in the background. So I watched an episode of Seinfeld and I read 5 pages. So
that's fair. That's more than I got read. I had my lunch and then I read nothing. So I just sat and scrolled on I had like 6 minutes and I was like, I'm not gonna get a chapter done, so I'm just not gonna bother. So congratulations.
I know that feeling.
Yeah. So,
I only read before my food was ready, so I haven't read since I actually had lunch.
No,
I got here when there was like 18 minutes, and I was like, okay, so I'm gonna go and get snacks, and then I'll see how much I can read. And then when I got back, it was 13 minutes. I was like, I can get a good, decent chunk done. So I actually did read.
Great. Well, it was nice having you, Marlene. And Rocket joined in late, and 25 pages of Bruised. I'm intrigued. What is Bruised about? If it's not safe for work, just say that, because it gives me the vibe that it might be, I don't know. But so Lizzie and I are both reading Ghosted, which is a contemporary thriller type thing. It's just weird. We're not enjoying it, but we're also not enjoying it, if that makes any sense.
That does make sense.
Good.
But weird how?
So, okay. She's quite clearly an unreliable narrator. She has a mentally ill father. She's had time off work previously this year, and her husband has just left. We don't know if he's dead. We don't know if he's like just missing. We don't know if he's like with someone else. And she is just slowly losing any semblance of sanity. And what concerns me is it's all written in past tense. Although her thoughts are not chronological, she's talking about them as they happened. And like like every now and then she'll be like, and I know this isn't going to put me in a good light, but, and it's just like, obviously something worse has happened since all these things. And I have my suspicions, and Lizzie has hers, because we're buddy reading it. It's going to be interesting to see who is correct. But it's interesting because it's very literary. So all the stuff that's happened has kind of happened inside. It's weird. Oh, okay. It is weird.
It does sound interesting. Like, I'm not at all a contemporary fan, but it does sound like something I might find interesting.
Well, because the last book that Lizzie and I read at the same time basically was a book called Cold Boy's Wood, which is very, very similar in that you have two very broken main characters, and then they kind of go off on this little tangent of being very mentally unwell whilst also they're talking about this mystery because this body has been found at the woods at the back of their garden. So like there's like intrigue and suspense, but also nothing happens, and it's all like very like it's insidious basically. And this book is very similar. What I do love though is that cover. Like I'm obsessed with that cover.
Ooh, that is a nice cover.
So I want to like it so I can keep it. But if it gets 3 stars or less, I have to unhaul it. So
I know that feeling. I have a couple of books where I'm like, oh, I didn't like you, but you look so pretty, so I'm keeping you for a while.
Well, my thought is what I might do, if I don't like it, I will unhaul the hardback without the cover, and then I will just slice the name off and put that in a little frame.
Do it. You should do that.
I think it's worth doing. But anyway, so we've got Dusty Booksniffer's got 10% done. Pixie said, I'm so curious how I would like Ghosted. I do like weird books, but I don't know how gratuitous the gore is. I tell you what, the gore isn't actually that bad. The things that are particularly shocking is the way she talks about sex. I find it incredibly jarring because like on the 3rd page, which felt very soon to have a really abrupt sex scene, the sex scene isn't really a sex scene. It's literally like everyone is uncomfortable. Both partners are uncomfortable and the reader reading it is uncomfortable. And it's like, it's obvious at this point that there is no intimacy in their relationship. And she talks about sex in a really abrupt way to make the audience uncomfortable. So that's probably the closest. The only other thing I would say is there is also an animal death scene, which is barely 3 sentences long, but is like, again, the way it's said is brutal. And the main character really likes saying things to make other characters uncomfortable on purpose. So I feel like it's true to her telling the story, and clearly something that Jenn Ashworth, the author, has done on purpose, which is to make the reader feel uncomfy. So I would say that it's not gratuitous gore, it's just unpleasant. Oh, it's Molly! Oh my god, I blooming miss you. Hi, I'm changing lives, so you can tell. Yeah, it's I love that for you. And you know what? I think that new name suits you down to the fucking ground. It's a YA LGBT contemporary. I really like the Come With Girls on Roller Skates. Oh, okay. So that's not where my mind was going at all. I need to get out of the gutter because that sounds super cute. The cover very much fits the aesthetic of it is unhinged woman subgenre. That's exactly what this is. And it really confuses me because that is quite like, so it looks like quite a young man. And I thought, because it's set at like a university, she's a cleaner of the university, I thought there might be some like dark academia-y vibes, but she never really interacts with the students at all. And she's hardly ever at the university except to like sweep. So there's no kind of like vibe of that at all, but it still has like the elitism of dark academia, if that makes any sense. So yeah, I need to see your face. I saw your Instagram this morning with your cute like filter on, and you look gorgeous. So come say hi soon. But yeah, so I'm kind of obsessed. I'm also really obsessed with the fact that like right here, very, very small, it says a love story.
Like sounds like a love story very much.
Doesn't it? So,
yeah.
Yeah, I saw you were reading that, like, because it's like in your title from start to finish, and then Ghosted. So I looked it up, and it said like something about a love story. But the more you keep talking about it, I'm like, what love story? That seems like false advertising.
Yeah. I think the thing is, so I did for one of my university degrees, I did an essay specifically on the difference between love story versus romance. Because there are loads of archetypal love stories that are used in romance, but they're not necessarily romantic, right? So unrequited love can be really romantic, can be super fucking creepy. Like, it depends on who it is. Is it like your attractive neighbor or is it your stalker? Are they the same person? Like, it's that, it's like all these different things. So I would argue it is a love story, right? Because the way she talks about missing her husband and the way she hates the isolation, and like she has all these like really beautiful nostalgic moments where she obviously regrets like messing up. So like there'll be times when he'll have said something to her and she will have said the wrong thing in the moment, and she'll then reflect on, here's what I should have said, here's how that could have gone, that makes this a love story. it's just a tragic love story. Like it's not going to end well for anybody. And like there's this like subgenre or subplot even about this young girl being missing when they first start dating. And I have a sneaky suspicion that either she accidentally or intentionally killed their child, and that's why he's left. I think that's what's happened. So it's like super dark.
Sounds very dark.
It sounds good though.
It does. It does.
Things though, I do like dark books. The last 3 books that I've DNF'd, bar 1, I've DNF'd because I'm just like, oh, they're just a bit happy though, aren't they? I'm just not in the mood for happy right now.
You're happy.
Ugh, hate happiness. So
that is also sometimes why I don't read contemporaries that much. Because one of the last ones I read was, I don't remember what it's called, but the sequel to All the Boys I've Loved Before.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's not, is it PS? Yeah, no, it is PS. Yeah. I Still Love You, yeah.
And I was bored because it was just so fluffy, romantic, and it was like, oh my god, there's 2 boys who want me, and I was like, shut the fuck up.
Like, oh, what a travesty.
Something. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
And then I was like, nope, it's not for me anymore. It has to go. So
no, there are certain ones that I will read. I tend to like the ones that are, they'll either look at like BIPOC stuff or LGBT stuff, but I've stopped reading young adults, specifically contemporaries, and contemporaries written by white men, because it feels very like, that's just a white man problem. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, oh, my boss is making my life really hard, but I still have a wife and a mistress. And I'm like, mate, like, priorities. Do you know what I mean? I just, there's things like that. Whereas I really like, the last contemporary that I could not stop talking about was The Black Kids by Christina Hammonds Reed, which is about a young black girl who basically, she falsely blames another black kid at her school for something that happened. And then obviously deals with the emotional onslaught of turning against the only other person of color in her school. And it's really interesting because there is a book coming out soon which has a very similar theme and a very similar subgenre, like subplot. I keep calling it subgenre for some stupid reason, but it's written by a white person.
Oh,
and I have like a real issue with that, because I'm like, it's not even necessarily like you're talking about own voices at this point. You're just kind of using it for plot. But the last contemporary I read and loved was Punching the Air, which is basically the same story as The Black Kids, except it's from the perspective of the kid who is blamed falsely or something, and he goes to prison. And it's based on real, like semi-real events. Like very similar thing happened to the author who co-wrote it. So it looks at like really important topics, but obviously it's very poignant and it's like just beautifully written. And I'm like, I would rather read a contemporary that's going to talk about stuff that is important than just
I think the last contemporary I read and liked was 5 Feet Apart, and that has been 2 years since I read that. And I did. Is that
a movie?
Yeah, it's also decent. I like it. It follows the story of the book very well. So
I've seen the movie. I wasn't sure if it was the same or not. That's why I was like,
it's one of the movies that really follow the book very well, in my opinion. But I also really like the book, and it made me cry, and I like that. And it wasn't necessarily a happy ending, and I also like that because I as I said, I don't need all of the fluffy, happy stuff. And with this type of story, it would feel really weird if it ended up being really happy, because that just didn't make sense.
It would feel inauthentic, I think. Sometimes when you have like a happy ending and it's like, that doesn't feel, I'm not satisfied with that because it doesn't feel realistic. And I get that it's fiction, right? It doesn't have to be realistic. Like, I need it to be, you know?
Yeah.
I completely get that. I that's on my, I would love to read that. I just don't own it. So when I get it, I will read it. I've
also looked into her other books because I did really like it, and I am intrigued by the plot of some of the other ones. I don't remember them like at the top of my head, but when I've been looking at them, I have been intrigued by the story. So I might give them a chance, but I might also try and find them on like ebook or audiobook or maybe at the library, because I don't want to buy them in case I don't like them, because it is contemporary. So
no, that's totally fair.
I like contemporary romance, but like any other contemporary book, I kind of struggle with.
That's fair.
Like, I don't know why.
Not every genre is for everybody. Like,
exactly.
I think there's going to be things that, depending on what you like to read and why you're reading, you're going to lean into. Like, I much prefer a fantasy because I am looking for escapism. Like, I'm looking to enjoy not being in this hellfire anymore, you know? Like, it's that, that's what I'm looking for, and that's fine. Whereas other people don't necessarily need that. That, like, whatever it is you're reading for, if you're just reading to pass the time, you might read a contemporary because it's got more of an authentic storyline, you know? Exactly. I know loads of people that hate fantasy because they're like, they can't suspend their disbelief long enough to really get into it. And that's fine. That is what it is. So,
I recently tried true crime, like true crime fiction-ish. I don't know what it's actually called. Because there's this one author, and I would say that true crime is like the biggest genre in Denmark, the most popular one. And we have this one author who everybody loves, and there is a billion movies following one of his series. And I tried the first one. I have seen the movie, so I knew what was going to happen, but I couldn't get into the writing, and I was like, it's just not for me. So I had to DNF it, and I was like, I tried.
Yeah, no, you gave it a
shot. Wasn't for me.
But
I am going to try the genre again, maybe a different author, maybe another one of his books where I haven't seen the movie, because that might have played into it. But it's just funny because when it's nonfiction, I love true crime. It's my favorite genre. But when it's fiction, I'm like, I don't know.
No, that's totally fair. So yeah, Pixie, she is absolutely unhinged. And I don't know what terrible things she's done, but I can't wait to find out. I don't normally read contemporary, but I'm starting to like some of the queer ones I have read. I'm also starting to like thriller now too, after reading One by One, which is a Ruth Ware book that I picked up initially, and then I read 2 other books by Ruth Ware and found them really boring, and I ended up unhauling it. And I have been told since then that is a mistake, because One by One apparently is much better. So I will have to give it a go at some point.
See, I like thrillers. You get used to the same thing happening in thrillers, so I try to like space my thrillers out quite a bit.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's totally, and I think with crime as well, they're quite formulaic. So yeah, no, that's totally fair. Is it a contemporary if it's set in 1990? If so, I did like one recently, but it's a lot spooky and sci-fi with me. Yeah. So I'm sure my answer is probably going to be different to you two, because I know I'm older than you guys. Having been born in the 90s, I would argue 1990 is contemporary. However, not for everybody.
I don't say it's contemporary, but the people who say it's historical fiction can go jump off a cliff.
Yeah, like
I agree.
No.
It's somewhere closer to contemporary, in my opinion.
I consider contemporary. For me, it differs. If the book is released in the 80s and it's set in the 80s, I consider that contemporary. If it is written in the 1920s and it is set in the 1920s, I will consider that contemporary, because that is contemporary for that time. However, if it's written now, about the 80s, I don't consider that contemporary. And I think it's just because it's not actually set in the present. So for me, contemporary is set now rather than...
I think that's fair. Yeah. I think that's fair. And I would add to that I also think it depends on what the topic is.
Yeah, I agree.
If it's written set in the 80s, but for a modern audience who were there in the 80s, and it's talking about something topical for them, I think you could argue that is also contemporary, but it would depend on how it's done and what the focus is. I feel like if it was something historical or political, for example, then that would be historical fiction. And I also think it depends on where the conflict is. If the conflict is external, I don't think it necessarily looks as much as a contemporary as if it's like internal, if it's one person's story. So, but I think it's really bizarre because you say it out loud and you like put all these puzzle pieces together, but when you actually like sit there and like look at a book, you'll just go, oh, that's a contemporary, or oh, that's historical fiction. Like, you're not going to sit there and over analyze it. It's only when you're like, oh, where do I put this? You know? And what terrifies me is that there will be books that are set in the 90s that were written in like the 2000s, and people will read them and go, "Oh, look at this historical fiction," and I'll have to be like, "I'm so old," you know.
I saw someone class. I'm pretty sure it was like an actual book, and they classed their book as historical fiction, and it was set in the 90s. And I was like, no, I'm not. I'm not classing myself as historical fiction. Thank you very much. No, thank you. Let's get rid of that.
Less of that, please. Yeah,
less of that. Yes.
The last one I read was Bedazzled, and I gave it 5 stars. I love the cosplay competition, anime talk, and craft stuff in that book. I love it when a main character in a YA or contemporary book has a hobby, and that's what the story is about, because it's so I just like people enjoying things anyway. So I feel like when they're like really into a thing, that's why I like those. It kind of goes beyond just your standard contempt then, but yay, 90s crew. What's historical also depends on age range. Children and adult is vastly different. Interesting. See, I've seen loads of middle grades that have a historical element to them, but I don't know if I feel like I kind of would go with Ashley's determination of like when it's set and who it was set for to decide if it was historical. I don't know. Thoughts? Anyone thoughts?
I like how we all have different thoughts on what classes as historical fiction. Like none of us have it down to like this is exactly it. We all have like our different ways of what we count it as.
Yeah, I haven't actually thought of it that much, because the historical fictions that I am interested in is like in the 1800s.
Mm-hmm.
So when it's in the 1980s or 1990s, and I'm like, I don't really know, because it's not really the era that I am intrigued by. So I haven't really given it any thoughts. For me, the intrigue stops at around 1920s. And then I'm like, okay, that or earlier. That is what I want to read.
Yeah, I like a historical fiction that actually feels like a history, as opposed to like, I don't like reading anything like post World War One. I just don't. I just have no interest in it. I have no interest in like the political stuff, and because so much of any kind of history around that time is on very specific topics because of what was happening, I just have no interest in it. And I think I especially have no interest in it because that is the world we are currently living in. You know, like there's not a lot that has changed from then till now.
And that is also
you give me an Elizabethan with one of those big old ruffs and scandal and like poisons and stuff.
Yes, exactly.
Sure.
And that's also something that I talk with my mom a lot about, because she will read anything that is set during World War II. But that is also because my great-grandmother, right? Yeah, she was in a Danish resistance group in Second World War. So my mom is very interested in that topic. So she reads every single historical fiction you can find in that era, and especially all of the Ken Follett ones. She loves it. Mm-hmm. But our reading taste is just so different. So we can talk for hours about what we think is a good book. And she's like, why are you reading fantasy? And I'm like, why are you reading historical fiction?
Like there's a very fine line between the two as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, well, some of it's not that different. Mine just has dragons in it. And if you ask me, that's better.
For sure.
See, I never get along with historical fiction unless it's like really gruesome stuff. So like if it handles 1800s like London, when women would just be like basically kidnapped and put into brothels and everything like that, and then there's death everywhere. Yeah. I'm like, that's my jam. That's my historical fiction right there.
Right.
Or if it's set before the 1900s, I like, if it's going to have war in it, I want them to have swords and stuff. Like, yes. I don't like.
Yeah, because this is like that for me. There is something a lot easier to read about people attacking each other with swords than there is people shooting each other, right? Because there's like a disconnect there, and I feel like they've got a plan ahead. Like it's like there's an element of chivalry that obviously died in the First World War for obvious reasons. But if I'm going to have war, and I don't massively love war fantasy ones anyway, I think, again, the last one that I read was She Who Became the Sun, and whilst they are at war, and war is a key theme, it is not the main plot. So I really enjoyed that, and I really enjoyed the way they dealt with that. There was like an element of chivalry of being like, I will see you on Thursday at this battlefield at 9 a.m. And they're like, yes, you will. And we will be on the top of the hill. And you're like, God damn it, we were going to use the top of the hill. But all right, we'll be at the bottom of the hill. We'll see you there. Like that kind of...
I always wonder whether the disconnect between gun, like war with us kind of, is because we don't have guns. Whereas America, they're probably like, yeah, because they still use guns and stuff. So they probably have more... like they can associate better with it, whereas like here we're like, yeah, we don't use guns. Like if someone's going to get attacked around my neighborhood, it's going to be with a knife. Like so, like the thought of someone being stabbed and stuff is just kind of more what I would kind of associate anyway, rather than...
See, for me, it's more of like a desensitized thing. Like so many films have action scenes where people are just shooting thousands of bullets at each other in like the span of a few minutes, that it's like, yeah, that would absolutely be terrifying in real life. But do I want to hear about men charging into battle by walking very slowly across essentially a marsh? For like, no, I just like, there's nothing, you can't desensitize yourself to that because it actually happened. Whereas, like, I feel like in fantasy, and a dragon rocks up, and they're all using, like, you know, silver pointed spears, because that's the only thing that will bring it down. Like, it's just, it doesn't matter. I don't have to be desensitized to that, because it's not real, you know? It's like...
I will say, though, that, like, it wasn't a dragon, but we recently had someone who were attacked with bow and arrow.
What?
I want to read that. I want to hear someone get attacked by a bow and arrow.
I don't remember if it was
not
in
wonderful,
Denmark or if it
but
was in Sweden, but it was either or. And someone, I don't remember if they died or not, but there was a crazy person running around shooting people with bow and arrow.
Yikes.
Scandinavia, people. It's Scandinavia.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's terrifying.
But I thought of it because, as Ashley said, normally it's stabbings. There is a few that has like been shot with a gun, but mostly stabbings. But then I thought of this one person who was shot with a bow and arrow, and I was like, that doesn't fit. It makes no sense.
Random fact: a Scottish person can be shot with a bow and arrow in Yorkshire between a certain time in the morning, and it is legal. So.
What?
I thought it's law.
Okay, great.
It's bizarre laws. I'm like, why?
Hello, welcome. And yeah, 80s kids. Yeah, that's fair. I think that you're not showing your age. Even as a 90s kid, I completely agree with that. So yeah, okay. Now that we have put the world to rights as regards to historical fiction and what counts and what doesn't, I think we should go for another sprint. Everyone good in another 45 minutes?
Sounds good.
Excellent. Good, because I don't want to change the timer. That's why I keep doing 45 minutes, because changing the timer would be effort. Sorry, not sorry. Right, I will see you guys in a bit. Hey.
Hello.
How did we do?
I think I did fine. I have no idea how much I read because I don't remember where I started, but I think maybe around 40 pages or so.
Excellent. What about you, Lizzie?
I'm now 50% of the way through.
Oh, love that for you.
On page 151.
I am not that far behind you. I'm on 47% and 144.
I was on that, but with 3 minutes to go, because I didn't realise you put me back on the show, and I was about to say, do you want me to go get you a cup of tea before we start the next thing? I was like, well, I'm not going to leave again, because that would be real awkward if you put me back in, then I'd have my camera off again, and you take me. It would just be real awkward. So I was like, when the next sprint starts, I'll run and get a cup of tea.
That's fine. I mean, I've still got my mug here, so I would need to bring that downstairs for you to tee me up anyway, so...
I'm enjoying this quite a lot, though.
Yeah, so am I. And I'm like, I'm annoyed at myself that I was like... A, putting it off for so long, and B, was so, like, the first few chapters, I was like, But now I'm, like, in chapter 9, and I'm like, oh, it's getting tense.
I think your theory might be correct.
Yeah, it was the phone call with the clairvoyant that was like...
Yeah. I was like, oh, my God. Oh. But I also think...
Hearing you guys talk about it makes me want to read it.
Good. Because, yeah, like I said, I was not convinced. I'm slowly becoming convinced. But anyway, Ashley, how did you go?
This will be a 4-star.
I read 23 pages, and in the next sprint, I should get to page 100. And I'm not going to say I'm enjoying it. I'm liking it a lot better than I was at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm there's a bit too much speech for me. Like, the whole book is like talking, and for me it's just a bit much, and that's just my own personal style. That's just a bit too much of that. But I'm liking it better than I was this morning. So we all seem to be improving our books. It's great.
Excellent. My grammar course, I must have missed a lot of the fun commentary. That's fine. We were just ad nauseum explaining how we feel about historical fiction, so that's fine. Congratulations on your 33 pages. Let me know, are you enjoying it? Are you not enjoying it? What's going on? On page 63 now, it just made a part which discovered the roller derby team. Excellent. I love that. I didn't read walk, Sam, vacuumed and mop the floor, so that's been productive at least. That's really productive, and considering you've got to like teach tomorrow, like I feel like you don't have to put pressure on yourself to do anything other than what you've already done. Like, let's just leave it there now, Malen, and just relax.
I'm curious, do you think you would have DNF'd it if it wasn't for these sprints? Just based on the beginning?
Yeah. That opening chapter, I hated. And it was the writing style. And I understand now that I'm like 9 chapters in, I get why the author has done that.
Yeah.
But I hated it in chapter 1. Didn't like it at all.
The first, I think... maybe 10% of the book, I didn't like it. Like, I'm not gonna be around the first 10%. I was like, I'm not convinced. And like, the more I've been reading it, the more I'm like, oh, I get it. I understand why we're doing this, and I'm really enjoying how weird and disjointed and because this narrator is so unreliable. Like, I have no idea what the truth is and what isn't true, and I really enjoy that in a book. I don't think everyone would like this, and I definitely not recommend it to everyone, but this is exactly what I like in a book. I just like weird books, apparently.
I was going to say, we've been on a roll recently reading specifically Insidious books, because Cold Boys would. Obviously, you read Sundial, which was just deeply, deeply insidious. So I feel like, this is just... I need to do a video where I'm recommending books I wouldn't normally recommend, because I don't know that I would actually recommend this to people, unless if you're like, look, I want a book that I will stay up late at night and think about, then great. But if you're
I think unless I knew people really well and their reading taste really well, I wouldn't feel comfortable recommending this to just the general public. I'd be like, you need to look at content warnings for literally everything. I think there's pretty much every content warning in this book, a lot of them anyway. And I'm Look that up before you even think about picking this up.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Yes, I'm enjoying Escaping Exodus. I wasn't sure at first, but I'm getting into it. The deep space world is very strange. Fair enough. I think, yeah, it is interesting because, like I said earlier, I love DNFing a book because it's not a hostage situation. I haven't got to stick around if I'm not enjoying it. But sometimes when you stick it out, and I can absolutely see like why, what is the phrase for someone who has to finish it? Completionists do, because there is something very satisfying when you do get to the end of it. But yeah, I definitely would have DNF'd this if it were for spring.
I'm not that good at DNFing books, and if I DNF, I will have gotten maybe 30 to 45% in, because I usually struggle a lot with beginnings of books. I'm like, this is so boring. I need stuff to happen now. But it's just not how it works. So I have to get a good chunk into the book before I actually decide if this is something that I like or not. And I'm just not good at DNFing. I think I've DNF'd 3 books. Not just this year, but just in total.
That's fair. I've DNF'd at least 3 this month, so.
See, I don't DNF, but there is that thing, like you just now, where like you start a book, you're like, no. But then the more you read it, the more you do actually start to enjoy it. And like I've had that with so many books. I think that's why I'm like, you know what? I don't want to DNF, because sometimes it does get better. It's just a bad beginning or a slow beginning or whatever. So.
And that's also how I feel. I've had so many books where I feel like the beginning of it just been so slow, but then I ended up absolutely loving it. So that is also why I tend to stick it out for a little bit longer.
That's totally fair. Do you have a book that you can think of off the top of your head that has not necessarily a perfect beginning, but had you hooked by like chapter 1?
I actually do, because I just finished it. I listened to Every Heart a Doorway this month, and it had me hooked from the beginning of it. I was like, love it. Gonna continue with the entire series. So, and I've been putting that off for so long, and I was like, I don't really know if that's something for me. And Gemma was like, what are you talking about? That's like the perfect book for you. And I was like, yeah, okay, I see what you mean now. I'm mad at myself for not reading it sooner. Why didn't I do that?
If it's popular though, it is hard, because like if everyone's like saying you will love this book, you will love this book, and then you're like, well, if I don't, that sucks, and it sucks twice as much now because you were convinced. So it's great that you did. What about you, Lizzie?
Horseman by Christina Henry.
Interesting.
But I will push Christina Henry on everyone. That is my
yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah.
I've still never read Christina Henry, but I do own The Ghost Tree. So
that one's a good one. Ghost Tree is pretty good. It's only been 1 book so far of hers that 2 books that I didn't enjoy of Christina Henry's. One of them I absolutely hated. The other one was it was fine.
So The Mermaid is the one you hated. What was the one that was fine?
Near the Bone.
Okay. Interesting. And what about you, Ashley? You got any books that you're like, from chapter 1 it had me?
I do, but I'm not really. I'm trying to think what titles. I've only got like a handful. I'd probably say Under the Whispering Door. I really love the beginning of that one. I really like just how grumpy and like stuff the main character was. But I've had like a few romances where it just really catches me. I'm trying to think if there's any specific ones I can really think of, and I can't. Usually it takes me a little bit more. I think the Inheritance Games, after the first page, I was like, this is going to be a 5-star, and it was. And this would be my favourite book of the year. So probably that one more than anything else.
That's fair. I think the one that like immediately came to my mind was The Cruel Prince, which I know most people hate. I know, I get it. But there was something about the writing style that I was like, this is going to be a good time. But the last book where I literally read like the first page and was like, this is going to be a 5 stars. All right, Percy, cheers. Is Darkwood by Gabby Hutchinson Crouch. Forgot the last part of her name then, which is just so fun. It's a fairy tale retelling, but it's written by the same people that do, or the same woman that has helped write Horrible Histories. So it's a very silly sense of humor. It feels very Terry Pratchett-esque. Like, it's a good time.
Yeah.
I also
have the Cruel Prince, but I just haven't gotten to it yet. And I also feel like I have so many of like all of the popular books that I just haven't gotten to. So like Crescent City and Shadow and Bone, all of those. I have them, but I've had them for ages and I'm just not picking them up because I'm so scared.
No, that's fair.
I'm so glad I'm not the only person.
Huh?
I was going to say, I'm glad I'm not the only person who hasn't read Shadow and Bone, because I have them. I've just not read them yet.
Oh, see, I read them and thought they were fine. I gave them between like 2 and 3 stars. Like, they were.
That's also what I've heard most people say. I know one, like a Danish bookstagrammer. I talked to her about them, and she was like, "You need to get all of them at once because you will want to continue them." And I haven't even wanted to pick up the first one yet. So
amazing.
I was this close to unhauling them, but then I was like, no, I'm gonna keep them because I'm soon gonna be doing these books will self-destruct in a year's time, and then I'm probably gonna put them on there as like one read. If I haven't started it, I'm gonna DNF all of them.
That's fair.
So I'm keeping them for that very reason. So they're still on my like unhaul. Like, I want to get rid of them, but I also want to give them another year where I'm like, okay, I could potentially pick them up.
You might. You never know.
Right.
You might do a readathon and it might fit one of the prompts. You never know.
Exactly. And also this month I've had this very weird, like I had this one Fairy Loot book. I haven't wanted to pick it up at all ever since I got it. And then this month I was just looking at it and I was like, I want to read that like now.
Which one?
Shielded by Kaylin Flanders, I think. It
I didn't
was
get that one.
July 2020, I think.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I was not subscribed to them then.
No, I wasn't a subscriber yet. But I kept this comment up, Lizzie, because I knew that you would feel good things.
Yes, I agree with Milan about Project Hail Mary. It has a great opener, but I also think The Martian, also similarly, had a very like catching opening. Again, though, I wouldn't recommend The Martian to everyone, but I would recommend Project Hail Mary to most people. I think it's wonderful, and I totally agree with Milan.
Rocket said mine was either The Mortal Engines by Philip Reeve or The Fallen Kingdoms by Morgan Rhodes. Mortal Engines I keep considering because one of the distributors that I use to get books in for my bookshop has the full series as a box set, and at cost it's only like £13, and I'm like,
I enjoyed The Mortal Engines when I read it, but I read it when I was like 13, 14, so yeah. I don't know if it will hold up to a reread, but Mortal Engines is a good time.
Well, some that I've read as a teenager have held up. Like the Mediator series, I still really liked. Ella Enchanted, that I read when I was a kid, I still really liked. And then other things, like I read a series of Unfortunate Events the other day, and I just thought it was boring. Like, just doesn't hold up at all. So, Bookwoman then said, I recently read the Ark of the Scythe series years and years after the hype, and those were fast, mostly 5-star reads. So I love that for you. Oh, never mind. I lied.
I read that Scythe was my favourite book of last year.
Say that again, Ashley.
I said Scythe was my favourite book of last year. When I read it, the first one was incredible to me.
I only have the last one to read of that trilogy, but I'm really scared that he's going to mess it up at the end. Like, that's the reason I haven't picked it up, because I'm like, oh, it's a trilogy, and like writers tend to fuck it up right at the end.
Well, there's a novella, I think it's a novella coming out later this year, which is Scythe. So there's a Scythe book coming.
Interesting.
But I don't know if that's like based after or based before, or whether it's like a mixture. But I do know there is another one coming.
That's fair. Are you trying to show us the cat, Lizzie? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, but she's gone. So
she's like, no, I go on camera when I decide.
She's so needy for like all of like 2-3 minutes, and she's like, well, thank you, bye.
Bye, I'm out of here.
Oh, hey, Blue. Okay, second cat.
It does worry me a little bit that I am only halfway through this book after 6 hours of sprinting. Especially because the next sprint I need to do some moderating for some marking that I'm doing over the next 2 weeks.
But you did have lunch in the previous sprint.
And at some point I'm going to need to have dinner as well. So
well, it might just be a long one. We'll be here for a while, which is always a good thing.
How long is this live going to be? That's what I'm just saying, is we've been here for 6 hours already, and I have read half of my book, and the whole point of start to finish is that I finish my book. So chances are, Skylar, at least for another 6 hours.
That's good for me. It gets me more through my book.
Well, like I said to all three of you, right? Don't feel you have to do the intense thing that I'm doing. If at any point you decide you want to go and have a nap, crack on.
I'll probably
exactly what you're doing. Sorry.
I'll probably on the next sprint finish my chapter and then walk my dog. I think he's downstairs still sleeping, but you should probably get a walk at one point. Well, I mean, you got to walk just before sprints, but like it's been a while. So
it's been 6 hours. You've been here for 6 hours actually.
So he might want out again, you know. Dogs want that usually.
No, that's fair. And yeah, don't worry about it. The thumbnail, I was trying to squeeze as much information into it as possible, but the idea is that I literally start and finish a book during the sprints. So I start nice and early in the morning, and if I have to stay up late to finish it, c'est la vie.
I've just noticed something really upsetting on my book.
Oh no, what?
And I don't know why it's so upsetting, but that hand really upsets me.
Oh no. What's going on with the rest? Like
it's really upsetting. It's this bit, right? It's
that hand, yeah.
It's that hand. But like, why is it there? It's just why. It's really upsetting that it's just that bit of the hand.
It's weird because mine just has the flowers again.
And it's like that's awesome.
And it's missing the hand.
I know that's a good point. It is pointing at the author. You're correct, but it's still fucking creepy.
She just kind of goes, that guy.
That guy.
It's like doing a bit of a claw movement, isn't it? That claw. Oh, yeah. Don't like it.
No, don't worry, Milan. We will be here for a while. Perfect experience for me to do work on book sleeves and listen to my audiobook. Ooh, what are you working on? How exciting. Sounds good. I need to finish a library book. What are you reading? I'm intrigued. And a floppy hand. Yeah, we love a floppy hand. Excellent. Okay, right. Well, Lizzie made tea during the last sprint, so I'm going to go pour it, and then I'm going to go do some marking. So let's stick on our 45 minutes again. And I might even get some reading done afterwards, but considering I literally spent all day yesterday doing the moderation, it may take me slightly longer than 45 minutes. We'll have to see.
Yeah.
But hopefully I will get some more book read.
Hannah and I were supposed to be buddy reading a different book yesterday, but I got up late anyway. And then Hannah spent all day moderating, so then I just finished a book on my Goodreads anyway. But we never got to it, did we, Hannah?
No, we did not. I'm very sorry about it. Let's never speak of it again. I'll see you. I got 0 reading done, but I did get 3.5 of the things marked that I needed to out of 5. So
that's good. That's still productive.
Yeah, but it worries me that it's now 4 o'clock. It's probably going to take me at least another half hour to finish the other 2, and then I've got to finish my book. So it's just a lot.
There's also eventually dinner.
It's frustrating because I didn't realize that I would have to be doing the moderating this weekend. I thought it was last weekend, so that I would then just be marking standard. But yeah. How'd you guys get on? Sorry, that was the next bit of my question.
I did fine once again. I think I did around 30 pages this time around, and it is getting very interesting. Basically, the main character has been banished and tasked with killing a god, and if she succeeds, she can come back home. So she is in this wilderness trying to survive on her own, and she meets 2 people that she instantly doesn't like, but I think she will end up with one of them. It is YA after all, so
classic.
So I have a feeling that at some point there will be some enemies to lovers. Well, not enemies, but like dislike to lovers. Something like that.
Dislike to lovers.
I don't know. I really don't know.
You never know.
Nothing has really happened yet, and I'm pretty sure it's a standalone, and it's not that long. It's 200 and something pages. And I'm 130 pages in, and nothing has happened, and I'm like, will something happen? I don't know.
Only one way to find out. What about you, Ashley?
I read 7 pages. I got to page 101 though, guys.
Yay!
And then I walked my dog and done a bit more of my jigsaw puzzle, which I might try and get finished today, but I stalled quite a bit. So
are you swapping reading for puzzle time? Is that what you're saying?
Not really. I'm like, it helps me focus. So I've been kind of doing it when we're chatting. So I just do like one little bit, but it just kind of helps me focus. It's nothing because my brain otherwise just wanders, and I'm like, I have no clue what's going on. So it helps me just. So.
That's totally fair. What about you, Lizzie?
So if you do see me looking down quite a bit, it's just because I'm looking at my jigsaw puzzle.
I thought you were just looking at Silka Lizzie. That's fine.
I am now on page 200.
Interesting.
How many pages does it have? Curiosity.
304.
Yeah. Okay. I think my copy is actually 280.
Well, 288 is where the story finishes.
Oh, this is really helpful. I was like, I wonder what pages. These are all blank. These are all just blank pages.
Yeah, there are blank pages in mine too.
Like really helpful. Mine's 284.
Mine's 288 pages.
So I'm officially. Exactly halfway for me. Go on.
Stuff has happened.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this stuff that's happened though.
Interesting. Okay. Well, let's have a look at what people have said, because there was a whole bunch of comments that came through just as we started and then obviously just after. So Skylar says, I'm reading my library book, Song of Solomon by Toni Morrison, and another library book called Confessions by Kane Minato. But I need to finish the first one because it's due earlier. That's fair. What is the Song of Solomon about? Let me know.
I think I've heard the title.
I've heard of it, but I don't know much about it.
I can't really say anything about it. I just know that I've heard the title.
Hannah said the word nap, and my body immediately went, okay, fair. Did you have a nap? And if so, was it a good nap? Ali is back in the comments. Woo! I wonder if you went back to sleep.
Hi,
I doubt.
I doubt Ali went back to sleep. Ali went and dealt with children and cats and animals
for 4 hours, which I don't doubt for a second.
Yeah.
I'm heading out for lunch. If I don't make it back in time, thanks for the sprints. Trust me, I will still be here when you get back. I have no shadow of a
around
doubt.
9 o'clock, won't we?
Yeah, I'm literally going to be here till 10, like at the very earliest, for shoresies. Sorry. Yay, I got halfway through Song of Solomon and ended up sprinting on a cliffhanger. Oh, what you like. I'm glad you're enjoying it though. Made it to page 101 of Bruised and got half of the books slowing together. Cool. I looked at my to-do list and had a minor breakdown. So I spent the sprint playing Hollow Knight. Gonna draw for a bit. That's okay. So here's what I do. I don't write a to-do list because I'm terrible with to-do lists. I will start with like 3 things and then I will tick one thing off the list and realize that I need to add 2 more things before I can get on to the next one. So what I do instead is I write a done list where I write things down when I've achieved them and just straight up tick them off. And then I can feel like I've been productive and I don't upset my brain by trying to do too much. That's my cheeky bit of advice to you. Or anyone.
That's a good way of doing it.
I just think because like I like having a list, right? And I like having that kind of cheeky bit of praise. But there's no point like stressing yourself out about it.
I do like to-do lists, but that's because if I don't write it down, I will forget. But I split them up with things that I absolutely need to do today, like that has to be done, and things that I want to do. Like, for example, I'm redesigning my cards for my TBR game. I won't need them until January, so it's not something that I have to do now, but it's something I want to do.
Yeah.
So I can postpone that a day or 2 if there's something else that really needs to be done. So that is how I do my to-do lists.
You're like a day or 2, and I'm like, in January, you can postpone that a month or 2. You're like, that's October's job.
I think I have 30-something cards per, like, I have Disney and the others, the Barbies and the DreamWorks, and then I'm introducing the villains, and some of them I have to draw from scratch. So it took me a solid 2 years to do it the first time because I didn't do it every single day. And then I had about 6 months where I didn't do anything on the game. So that is why it took me so long. But it did take me a while the first time around. And I also know that I will have some months where I will be extremely busy with other things. So I'm trying to do as much now where I have the time. And I will probably also have to order it in December to make sure that it gets here for January. So
that's fair.
I would rather have it done as soon as possible instead of stressing in November to get it done.
No, that's totally fair. I like to do everything last minute and then just randomly launch a new BookTube game in November, because that's what I did this time. Like literally my current game, which is like a TBR stack thing that my brother made, I made a decision on Monday that I wanted something. He made it for me in 2 days. The art leaves a lot to be desired, but the game works, and that's all I really care about. And I've been using it ever since. So, what are you reading, Silka?
I am reading Warrior of the Wild by Tricia Levenseller. So a lot of Vikings, and we love that.
And good Vikings. That was the important bit that we discussed earlier.
Because it's also like it's more so inspired by Vikings and not straight up like Vikings. So even the god that she has to kill isn't really a Viking type god. It is, as far as I know at least, something that is made up. I haven't heard of that god before. So it is more so Viking inspired, and their way of living and like sacrificing stuff to the gods is more inspired by the Viking lifestyle. So it's not 100% Scandinavian Vikings and the Norse gods and everything. So I like it. That's good.
So apparently Song of Solomon is a character study, is the best that Skylar can give us, and that I appreciate it. Thank you. Hello and welcome. I wish I was reading, but I have too much to do today. RIP. I'm reading She Who Became the Sun when I am reading at the moment. I have just finished that, and I gave it 4 stars, and I thought it was sick. I thought it was
that is it's on my list of books that I can buy and will buy eventually.
Well, I was really lucky because my friend Olivia, she goes through a random phase of just unhauling a whole bunch of books, and she had the hardback and the ARC version of She Who Became the Sun. So she gave me the ARC version. So it has a black cover rather than a golden cover. And I love it. I thought it was great. I am, however, tempted to treat myself to the hardback as well, because the second book, I think, will come either early next year or late this year. And I want them to sit together. So gonna need the hardback at some point. But then also my flatmate has the hardback, so I could, in theory, just deal with it and put my new hardback next to theirs. Do you know what I mean? Like, I could be sensible about it.
Don't be sensible about it.
Thing is, right, the reason I'm being hesitant, and I will come back to the comments, guys, don't fear not. The reason I'm hesitant about it is because I'm currently doing this thing where I'm only allowed to put things onto my own TBR and thus only buy books when I have unhauled or read the oldest books on my TBR, right? So I've got these TBR vets that I specifically have to read to put other books on my shelf. And then every 3 months, I look at how many I've read, how many I've unhauled, etc. And then I can move some stuff onto my shelf and some stuff off of my shelf, which is great. Except at the moment, and Lizzie can attest to this, there is a fucking stack like on the shelves that are not technically on the shelves because I keep buying books, even though I shouldn't be buying books. So those are at least books that I haven't read yet, but that I would like to read. So I don't know if I can justify getting books that I don't, because I've already read it, that would then be just another edition of. Having said that, I have done a video before where it's books so nice I bought them twice. So that is a facet of my personality, is to buy a book I like at least twice. So okay.
I've only got one book I have a double of.
You haven't?
I only have one book that I have a double of.
I think I have two. Yeah, I have Coraline, and then I have both the Danish and then the Fairy Lewd edition of Graceling.
That's fair. Do you have any doubles, Lizzie, other than the Lord of the Rings, which I feel like at this point is a collection rather than double up? So,
yeah, I have 2 editions of Way of Kings, 2 editions of Night Circus, 2 editions of The Ocean at the End of the Lane.
That's 3. That's not bad. When I did my video, I had 10. So I was already like on a roll at that point, you know.
I think that's all of the editions I have that are doubled up, other than Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. But yeah,
I technically only have 1 copy of Lord of the Rings and 1 copy of The Hobbit. They're just really swanky editions, and they're on Lizzie's shelf. They are.
So of course they're part of my collection now. So I'll be absolutely gutted if Hannah and I don't live together anymore. Like at any point, they're mine. Right, I'm gonna run out of space though, because my friend Celine sends me nice, pretty editions of Lord of the Rings all the time, just like pictures and links. Like most of them are way above my budget, so I'll never be able to own them unless I sell like a kidney or something. Which Celine and I were talking about how that would actually be a really good idea because we get a lot of money, and I'm like, bit dangerous. And then she sent me one today, which is they're publishing the new paperback editions of Lord of the Rings with exclusive sprayed edges. And I'm like, why are you doing this to me? But I looked, they're only $8.99 each. So I'm like, that's fairly good for... I'm like, but my shelf is already full. What do I do? Oh no.
I've only got one edition of Lord of the Rings, but like I really like my editions. So if anything happened to them, I'd be searching for the same edition. Like,
no, that's fair. I feel like you need to read and then unhaul some books, Lizzie.
No.
Did you say $8.99?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was like not a special edition, but with sprayed edges and stuff?
Yeah, so they're like the normal paperback editions, but they've got maps also in the back, which they don't normally do in those editions.
Okay.
What have you found, Silka?
No, it's not that. It's just, let's just say that UK prices and Danish prices are very different.
Yeah.
Any type of, if you go to a bookstore in Denmark, you will find paperbacks for £17. And that's the cheap books.
My dog just about died. I don't know if you heard that. My dog was like, no. Right after you said that, like let you find dogs like her
in English, they will be more expensive if they're in Danish, and Danish hardbacks will be around £35.
Right. Okay. So I don't normally promo because it makes me cringe, but I have a bookshop and I can send stuff internationally. And if you spend over 50 quid, you get free shipping. So doesn't matter where you are in the world, you get free shipping if you spend over 50 quid. So next time you decide you want to buy a hardback, buy 4 from me and you will still save yourself money.
We do have this online store that I usually buy from, and they're, I don't want to say really cheap, but fairly cheap. It seems like they're the same price as they would be for you. So also because I'm a member there, so I get discounts and free shipping every single time. So I usually only buy from them because it's so expensive to go to the bookstores. I like going there, but I never really buy anything.
Yeah. Well, the international postage standard anywhere in like the EU and surrounding is it's between £7.80 and £8.95 for up to 2 kilos. So for 5 books, it costs me a tenner to send books, basically. And yeah, like I said, if it's over £50, then I just pay for the postage because it works out more cost effective to do that than to try and charge people at that point. And I usually 50 quid is usually about 5, 6 books anyway, depending on whether they're middle grade, adult, or YA, especially if they're like hardbacks, etc. So it kind of works out that at that point it's the cutoff for 1 box, so it works out more cost effective. But like anytime someone tells me that books are expensive, I get really I get frustrated because books shouldn't be a luxury item. And yet, do you know what I mean? Like it's just, anyway,
I don't know why they're so expensive in Denmark. Like I really, really don't know. But they're just so different for when I'm talking to, for example, my friend Caitlin in the US. She's like, why are they so expensive? I don't know. They are, and I'm just used to it because they've always been that expensive.
Yeah.
Actually, the other day I was in the bookstore and I heard someone, and I don't know why I thought of it, but I just loved it. It was like a mom with her 2 kids, and one of the kids asked if he could get a toy, and she said no, and then he asked if he could get a book, and she immediately said yes, and she was like, yes, of course you can get a book. Like you have a lot of toys, but books, you can use them forever. You can reread them, blah, 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 whatever. And I just I don't know why, but I liked it. I was like, yes, reading. Good job.
I love that. Yeah,
it's really like a lot of kids in Denmark will walk around with their iPads, and not a lot of people will walk around with books. And I
think that's just universal now though, because we have that certainly over here. And I was talking to because I do like a business meeting thing every week, and one of the guys there was like, I really wish my kids would read more, they never read anything. And I was like, okay, well, what was the last book you bought that you enjoy? And he's like, oh, I don't read. And I was like, then what makes you think your kids are going to? And he's like, oh no, like I just prefer watching television. And I was like, then so do they. Like, exactly. Like at the end of the day, if you can't show them that reading is enjoyable, where are they going to learn that? Like, they're not going to that's not going to spontaneously happen.
Yeah, so. A couple of weeks ago, I was with my niece, who is 3, I think. And we were just sitting outside, and I asked her if she wanted to get a book so we can read it. And she came out with 6 books, and we read all of them together. And then when we were done, she went back in and got another 6 books, and we spent the entire day like that, and she didn't even think of using her iPad or whatever. And I loved it. It was so much
fun. So Ali said, I got wrapped up in cleaning because it was just nagging at my brain that it was so messy, and I need to tidy my room. And it's stressing me out. So I'm with you on that one. There was a huge reveal in my book right at the end of the sprint. That is unfortunate. We will sprint again very soon so you can pick up where you left off. But how do you remember all the tasks? Because, Pixie, I have anxiety and they live at the back of my brain, constantly reminding me that they exist. So until I get them done and I can write them down that I have done them, they don't go anywhere. that's just how I live my life. I'm really enjoying it so far. I'm so pleased to find a fantasy not centered on royalty. Yes, and a sapphic one at that. I agree. And I was saying this earlier, I'm sure you were here for it. I like the fact that whilst it has war as a key theme, it isn't like a battle type. Like that's not the key plot, basically. I enjoyed that. I don't know what we were talking about that you said. I don't have. Also fantasy that isn't European medieval. Yes. Also agree. Hard agree. I would also, if you enjoy that one, because I know that a lot of people compare that to the Poppy War, which I also really enjoyed. I would also recommend The Empress of All Seasons, which is very similar, but it's YA and has far more like YA fantasy elements to it as well. If you want to try those harder things, but you need something a bit softer, would also recommend. I don't have any doubles. There it is. My only double is Fight Club from when I was 18, and it was my favorite book. Do not at me.
Mine is Twilight. I have no regrets.
No regrets.
I have Fight Club to read as one of my TBR vets. I'm going to like it, but I have it. So at some point I will read it. No, I lied. I have a couple of Moving Books. Okay, sorry. I was going to pronounce that name, and I know for a fact I was going to pronounce it wrong and then make it terrible. So
yeah, I also recently had to try and say that with an English accent because I was talking with my friend when we went to Finland about those books, and I was like, no, I'm just going to say it how I would say it.
And how would you say it?
Tove Jansson.
Okay, see, I would have just gone, So, I have 5 editions of The Hobbit and 3 of Lord of the Rings. There you go, Lizzie. I feel like you guys would be pals. $8.99 with sprayed edges. I tell you what, sprayed edges on paperbacks in the US in the UK at the moment is a thing. They seem to be sprouting up everywhere, and I'm here for it.
We only have I've only been able to find the what is it called? The Cousins.
Mm-hmm.
That YA thing, and all of her other books, all of them have sprayed edges, just the ones you can find in the bookstores, but that's about it. Everything else is just plain.
Felix Ever After had florals all down the side.
Oh, nice.
Obviously, a couple of fantasies that Lizzie has have got like block sprayed edges, so the Merciless ones and the Gilded ones were green and red, so they look quite festive. There was something else as well that I bought the other day.
There's quite a few like middle grade paperbacks at the moment that are getting sprayed edges. But like a lot of like the Waterstones exclusives paperbacks, they tend to be sprayed edges. Is what makes them different. I guess because it's become more prominent, it's obviously got more cheap. Like it's become cheaper or more cost effective to do sprayed edges. But I know that some people have kind of fallen out of love with sprayed edges. I haven't. I am a hoe for those sprayed edges. But like a lot of middle grades have them.
I've never cared much for sprayed edges. Like, don't get me wrong, I have some that do, but like if they don't, it doesn't bother me. If they do, it doesn't bother me. Like I just don't care for them really. I don't really have like really pretty ones. They're more just like the standard, like it's like red all around, or it's like blue all around, or just like those kind. It's not like the ones that have like the flower designs and everything. Maybe I'd like them more, but
no, I prefer the stencils. I do like a block colour, but I prefer the stencil. There's something special about a stencil. Apparently mine has the same issue in the Netherlands for expensive books. Can I suggest an hour-long sprint for the next one? How would you guys feel about an hour-long sprint?
Yeah,
sure. I'll finish my book.
I was going to say you will finish it for sure.
I think I'll go to dinner then. That probably fits.
We don't have to. It's up to you guys. I mean, it's going to be 45 minutes anyway, but I just thought, seeing as it was suggested, and it also means I might actually get to read as well as finish my marketing.
An hour is good for me, yeah.
Cool. So we'll do an hour on the next one. Thank you, Skylar, for suggesting it. That's Criminal Circle. The anti-Denmark sentiment only grows stronger. Adorable. I can never find any books with sprayed edges in the States. In which case, Ali, I will try and make a point of finding ones that are sprayed edges for your sub box as well. I want sprayed edges for $8.99.
What? I don't think I actually know what your bookshop is. What is your bookshop?
Oh, right. Let me get you a link. I'll drop it in the chat.
You never said earlier. You just said your bookshop, but like you never actually said.
Well, Hannah's really bad at promoting, but I'll do it for her because I tend to buy a hell of a lot of books. But Hannah runs a bookshop called Waypoint Books, and is a bookshop that promotes own voices and BIPOC authors. And you will find stuff on the website of books you'll never have heard of before. And Hannah does also has a really great blog that she does on there, which will talk to you about the books that Hannah has read and so can recommend personally. So go check her out if you haven't. There's a link now in the comments. I can see it right.
Check it out, definitely.
Thank you.
I'm not allowed to buy books right now, so it might not be the best time.
That's right. You can
market.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can add them as favorites. You can like save them to like a wish list. Not the same way you can with Amazon, in the way you can't share your wish list, unfortunately. Just because I don't have like the GDPR and stuff like associated with that. But yeah, basically I just got really sick of like wandering into bookshops and having books recommended to me because they were on a set list. And also because I was recommending books in my content and then sending people to like Waterstones and Amazon. And I was like, that doesn't make any sense. I've recommended you a book. I've done the labor. Like, but they get the money. That doesn't make any sense.
Also, Hannah does a sub box too, which is also really cool, where each month Hannah sends a book that she will recommend to you, or 2 books, depending on which level you subscribe to, which I think is really fun. I like it anyway because I get it earlier than everyone else. Because
you do. You get it the day it arrives.
I sit and watch the box opening. I'm like, gimme.
It's really funny. I have one shelf that is essentially stock, and a lot of the stuff that's on that shelf is either things that I think are going to be really popular, or I plan on making content about, or books that I would like to read but aren't technically on my shelf yet. Because I want to either check for trigger warnings or just to make sure they're actually well written, because I am really picky. So it was a case of I don't want to just have any kind of thing on my website. However, I do occasionally buy stuff specifically to put on that shelf, and it's really bizarre. I'll take it out of the box. It will go past Lizzie. I think it'll make it to the shelf, and then it will just, onto Lizzie's pile before it even got to stock shelf. So I'm just as bad, because sometimes I'll buy stuff and I'll be like, Lizzie, I got this specifically because it's the sequel to something I know you've read. And Lizzie's like, sweet, onto the pile it goes. Celine says you're welcome, Lizzie.
Good. No, thank you, Celine. No, I love it. Don't stop.
I'm doing this to all of you now. I liked Empress of All Seasons. Good, because it was really good. I need to read Tokyo Ever After, which is because it's by Amiko Jean. So I need to read that one. That is their modern YA contemporary, I think, as opposed to a fantasy one.
I think I have that on my Kindle. I think.
Anyone, including people in the comments, have YA author book recs that don't feel YA besides ACOTAR? Actually, probably yes. I need a minute to think about it, but probably yes. Because I think it would depend if it's... Because for me, YA is a marketing thing, right? So I tend to put it down less to the age of the characters and more to the pace of the writing, right? A middle grade feels like it's written for young children. YA, I think, adults can read it, and it can have very adult topics in it. Louise O'Neill, for example, writes YA books, but she writes them about very dark topics such as suicide, sexual assault, drug dependency, etc. But they are technically still YA. So I think it depends on what it is you're looking for YA wise, because YA wise is then just going to take that genre that you like and speed it up, basically. Do you guys have any favorite YA authors?
I think I do. Let me look. Let me have a look. I don't know. I find it hard to mention a favorite when I've only read, like, for example, one series that they've done. Because I would say Chloe Gong, because I really like her, but I've only read These Violent Delights. And I would say Tracy Banghart, but I've only read Grace and Fury. So until I've tried same author, different story, I don't really consider them favorites. but one that I'm pretty sure will be as soon as I try something else that she has done is Zoraida Cordova, because I absolutely loved Incendiary and especially the sequel. That was just phenomenal. So she's on my list, but I don't think I have anyone right now that I would consider a favorite. The only one I have as like a favorite is Chris Colfer, but that's middle grade.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
I think Kieran Millwood Hargrave would probably be one of mine. Because I've read The Deathless Girls, which is obviously their YA one, but I also really enjoyed Julia and the Shark, which is their middle grade.
Mm-hmm.
And it's becoming a trend now that Kieran Millwood Hargrave, with whatever they write, is just going to make me cry.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say, like, I don't think The Deathless Girls feels very YA to me. It is YA, and it has some of those tropes, but it's not like, because with YA you have a bit of a kind of like a scale, and like a lot of YA at the moment, specifically like with Fairy Loot books, I feel they're trying to hit younger YA market rather than the older YA market. Not with all, I wouldn't say, like, I'd say most, but not all. There are the odd ones. And I feel like Kieran Millwood Hargraves, it doesn't feel like I'm reading about like necessarily children, even though kind of sometimes you are. So yeah, that's probably what I'd say.
Yeah, I think definitely, like, she's one of those authors where, yes, it's YA pacing, but it's adult themes at the end of the day, for sure. Especially because they are literally, especially in Deathless Girls, they are taken from their home, they are forced into slavery. Like, it's a really dark book. But I can absolutely attest, Kieran Millwood Hargrave will absolutely rip your heart out, because I've read her adult book, The Mercies, which is her adult debut, The Deathless Girls, Girl of Ink and Stars, and I've got Julia and the Shark downstairs, which I need to read. 3 out of 3 have made me cry, so she's an expert at doing that. And I would also say someone else who's made me cry with every book that they've ever written is Elizabeth Acevedo, who did Clap When You Land, The Poet X, and I have With the Fire on High to read. And whilst I wouldn't necessarily say, like, I would say they're my favourite authors because I'm more likely to buy something blind from them, like, not necessarily like I've got other auto buy authors as well, but specifically like YA ones where I don't really care what it is they've written, I just want more of their writing. And I would say that The Poet X in particular, because it's about a young girl being overtly sexualized by everyone around her and just trying to find comfort in her own body, which is a very mature topic. It is still a YA topic, but it's a very mature topic. I would say that is a older YA book, but would absolutely recommend it. I did a novels in verse vlog, which went up yesterday, and in that you literally watch me cry as I'm reading it. Like, I managed to get one clip where I'm just like reading it and you just watch my face kind of like fall, and then I'll start tearing up. It's a beautiful book. What about you, Ashley?
I don't have any auto-buy authors. There's no one I really kind of do it with. I guess recently Bridget Kemmerer. I've not read the contemporary stuff she's done, but any fantasy stuff I kind of just automatically pick up now because I really love Curse Breaker series, and I have this Poison Heart. And I recently just bought Forging Silver into Stars. Stephanie Meyer, I have all their books. Are we surprised? I don't think so. Because I got all the Twilight books, and then we have like The Host, and then we have The Chemist. Otherwise, I don't think I actually have any.
That's fair enough.
They're only like 2 auto-buy authors for me, because as much as I love Brandon Sanderson, like YA, adult, and his middle grade, I know that his books intimidate me quite a bit because of the size, so I don't automatically just buy them and be like, this author for everyone. Because I feel like you need to have a good grasp on fantasy to properly be able to delve into his work, because otherwise it will just kind of consume you and feel like a bit overload. Otherwise, I don't really have any.
See, the thing is, though, I thought Brandon Sanderson was a bit beige, but now that you said that he's overwhelming, that feels really intense, and I'm more inclined to pick up more books for him now, you know?
See, I think it just depends. Like, if you're used to reading fantasy, you'll get the topics and you'll understand like how the magic systems work and everything so much easier because you're kind of used to that. But if you go in knowing nothing about fantasy, that's going to come across overwhelming. especially the size of the books for one, and then you've got like the magic systems, and then you've got all like the characters and then all the political stuff that can kind of go on. So it can be overwhelming for some people. Yeah.
Fair enough.
I do have another author though, because I was looking at my shelves before you move on. Equating Mezzy.
Yes.
They also don't necessarily feel YA, but they're kind of like, I don't even know where to put them because I can't even place them, because I wouldn't say they're middle grade and I wouldn't say they're necessarily YA, but I can't call them adult either. So I'm like, I think, like, I don't know, but they're a great author and they're becoming an auto-buy author for me as well. Like, I want to work through their backlist, but I really enjoy their work too. Anyway, sorry, carry on.
No, you're fine. You're fine. So Pixie said, I'm going to check that out. I wonder how you'll feel about Fight Club. I wasn't as big a fan when I reread it at 30. I don't think I'm going to like it. Straight up, I don't think I'm going to like it. But for some reason, I have a copy. So I need to read it. Because then when I unhaul it, I can put a proper book on my shelves. So I can't pronounce the surname, but Chuck is a good writer. I stand by that. But he is an edgelord. Excellent. Love that. Did someone plug their phone in? I'm trying to figure out if it was mine making that noise. I haven't heard that noise.
It was me plugging in my phone, and I also plugged in my laptop, but my laptop cable, I think, is trying to give up the ghost because it keeps on like unplugging and plugging itself back in when it's plugged in. So that's probably what the noise was. It was me. I take full responsibility. Unless it was your phone, then I don't know what to say. But I know I plugged stuff in during that whole thing, so...
I obviously wasn't paying attention. That's absolutely fine. Then Skylar asked Pixie what an edgelord is. Pixie did respond later on saying, by edgelord, I mean he does a lot of gross and bleak stuff in a way that seems gratuitous sometimes, and it seems for shock value. My understanding of the phrase edgelord, though, is someone that feels like they need to be edgy or contrary for the sake of plot, or like just in general. Or completely opposite, like someone who is so incredibly straight edge, they make life boring for other people. One or the other. Because I think you can be straight edge and not be an edgelord, but anywho, Hannah's bookshop caters directly to my tastes. It's almost uncanny how often, like when because I update the stock every month, right? So I will add new books I'm excited about, and I will remove stuff that I'm like, I'm no longer excited about this, or I've read something that I don't like or whatever, and like remove stuff. How often Ali will then message me and be like, I need all of these. And it's like, Ali, you literally just put an order in. You can wait a week, right? Please. Speaking of, I have a dedicated shelf in my closet for Waypoint books. Lizzie uploaded a video the other day, which is their complete owned TBR, and out of 253 books, is it?
No, it's 153.
153 books. 62 of them are from my shop. So anyway,
I get reading really before I buy any more from you, but that's not a realistic expectation, and I will continue to buy. So
that's fair. That's fair. It's not quite one a day, but it is almost one a week.
Yeah.
But that is good. It's good for friends to be supportive. So I mean,
I'm a small independent. You know,
it's dangerous living with Hannah though, because
I can imagine. Yeah.
It's like, I don't pretend like you don't know what you're doing. It's so funny because Hannah literally was like, so here's the merciless ones. And I was like, oh, it's got sprayed edges. It's mine.
I don't think I even said anything. I think I literally was just like, oh, and I got this. And just like held it out of the box. And Lizzie was like, cool, give me.
Love that.
What can I say? Is this month, Rocket, your birthday month? Or is it next month? What's the plan there? Edgelord, we did.
This month.
I really enjoy all of this.
You know.
I like Morgan Rhodes' books. The first book, Fallen Kingdom, isn't for everyone, but the others are great. Need to check that out. More Pixie with pens. Maybe YA just is for me. I realize my question makes no sense. I think your question did make sense, and I do think there are definitely authors you can recommend, because I think there are some books that are targeted to YA that read a lot younger, in the same way that there are some middle grade books that read older.
Yes,
so,
I agree.
I understood, I think. While making me feel like I have no emotions because the Deathless Girls didn't make me even tear up. Ali, your nickname is the Void. No one is surprised. You don't have to feel emotions all the time. You're dealing with a lot. That's fine. That's fine. Thank you. I think it was you. To Hannah. If Hannah lived with me, she'd have no stock. It would go directly into my book closet. I no idea where Ashley's gone. Oh, there we go. The back, sort of. Yeah, no, for sure. I don't even doubt that for a second. And your birthday month is next month. Good.
July is
feel free.
Just saying, just putting it out there.
I really enjoyed that. Okay, so is it reading time now? Would we like to read?
Yes.
I'm not gonna lie, I've been putting it off because I know I've got to mark. So
But the longer you put it off, the longer you're also on stream. So like
Yeah.
I cannot fault that logic, but I'm not happy about it. Okay. Fine. I see how it is. I will see you in an hour instead of 45 minutes.
Yes.
So just jumping on quickly to say that I'm expecting a phone call from my moderator. So I'm going to add another half hour to the timer, just so everyone knows. And then I'll jump on when I've had the conversation with him. So just, enjoy, continue to read. Hello. I'm very sorry for making everyone wait.
It's okay.
We've lost Silka. I was so long that we lost Silka. They were having their dinner and then they skedaddled. So I am so sorry to everyone who was like, how long is this sprint going for? I was hoping I would get a phone call from the person I moderate marking for within that half an hour. And he decided to leave it until 1 minute 52 before the sprint ended to call me. Which is why I then extended it even further. So I am really, really sorry about that. We did lose a few people, but we've still got quite a few here. So I hope you're all good. Thank you, Lizzie, for covering my backside. How was our reads? I've seen that you're on baby teeth, Lizzie. I'm assuming that means that you're done. You're done skiing.
I am done.
Final rating?
It got 4 stars.
Interesting.
But that 4 stars is a generous 4 stars, and it's what Corpile told me to do. Okay. The ending is really unsatisfactory.
Oh no. That sucks.
Yeah.
That sucks. What have you been up to, Ashley?
I read 36 pages.
Ooh.
So I'm slowly getting there. Like, I'm on 26% now.
That's not bad.
So I'm a quarter of the way through. I'm wanting to hopefully get to the second volume in this book soon, though, because I'm like 30 pages away from it.
Mm-hmm.
So if I can get there shortly, I'd be happy.
That's fair. Well, I did actually manage 13 pages in the wait between him getting back to me and not. So that's something. And there is a cat in my room. So that's always a plus. So I've got like this little nook down here. This, there we go, that way. And Blue is hiding down there.
Oh.
Blue, what you doing? Is that no? Loaf. So
my dog's just kind of like, I don't know if you can see him, he's kind of just asleep on my bed. Like at the bottom. I don't know if you can see him or whether it was kind of thingied, but
I saw him on your mantelpiece earlier or windowsill. That was quite funny.
He literally lives on that windowsill, I swear. Like, he's never anywhere else in this household.
Okay, everyone go buy book sleeves from Rocket. Rocket, feel free to drop your link below if you can, and I will share it. I have to go. I'm really sorry, Celine, that I missed you. And Kat is here. What are you reading, Kat? Let us know. 14 pages of Song and Solomon and 3 pages of Confessions. And now listening to Hosab. Lizzie's a massive fan of Hosab, so
no one talk to me about House of Sky and Breath because anger is still high. I haven't thrown a book across a room for a long time, and I inadvertently threw my book across the room, but I accidentally threw it at Hannah, which was not what I was trying to do.
Yeah, but it was really aggressive.
Oops.
Whoops. Also, I would like to say thank you to Skylar for subscribing, because I just got a notification to say you'd subscribed. Thank you very much. Okay, so back to the comment that I thought was top comment but wasn't. Pixie made dinner and was listening to their audiobook. What are you listening to? The same thing you were listening to when you were reading? Or are you listening to something else? Then my apologies. Then Rocket said back to make brownies for the husband for Father's Day. Delicious. I can, but I don't know how overseas shipping will be. Just started making them. I mean, that's fine. If you can't ship them to me, I will just look at them and admire and share as and where I can. I think because it's the second half, I will find that easier to get through than I will with the first half. But I'm now terrified. This was always a risk with bloody reading anything with Lizzie anyway, because Lizzie always finishes the book before I do, just naturally. Also, how many books are you on now? If you've just finished this and you finished Hosab and you finished Desert Prince, what number book are you on?
75.
I thought as much.
You're not that far behind though. You're at 74, right?
Yeah, so if I finish this, I hit 75, but you're reading Baby Teeth. And because I have read Baby Teeth, I know for a fact you'll finish that this evening as well. And then you'll be able to start something else.
Yeah, I'm 57 pages in, and then I'm going to start Love and Other Disasters.
Sweet. What do you think of Baby Teeth?
It's a bit boring.
In it? I was really disappointed. I felt like there were so many things that just are never really fully developed. Ever.
Well, you'll be pleased to know that in the next sprint I'm going to cook because I'm really hungry, but it's just going to be jacket potatoes because I'm too lazy.
That's fair. That's fair. And that's valid. I am pleased. 1, because I'm hungry, and 2, because it will give me an opportunity to read at least 15 more pages. So
I think it's fine.
Oh yeah, you said that earlier. You're listening to She Who Became the Sun. Back to drawing now on my grind set to get some Patreon rewards ready before the month's end. Love that for you. Love that for you. You do commissions, don't you, Pixie? What are your commissions like? I had someone buy a sticker from me, and the shipping and VAT was more than the sticker, so I felt bad and gave them 4 extra stickers. Right, is this not just the ultimate mentality of indie sellers, though? Like, I'm sorry that it costs so much that I can't. I'm giving you free stuff. I feel like you're out of pocket then. And if you tell someone the cost of stuff like in advance, it's not on you. Not only that, Georgia, I've read loads. I've actually been reading. We've barely chatted. It's been almost exclusively 9 hours of reading. Lizzie doesn't believe me, and she was here. So only because when Molly, Emma, Ali, and I used to sprint, we would do about 20 minutes of sprinting, and then the other 5 hours would just be us chatting. So comparatively, Lizzie's not even paying attention now. She's just fully on her phone. I see how it is.
I am.
How long? Thank you, Georgia. How long would you like the next sprint to be? Because I don't think we need to do the full hour again. I can do 45 minutes.
Maybe a bit. Well, if you do the normal 45 minutes, like how long the potatoes take in the microwave, so it's not going to take long for food. Up to you, really.
That's fair. Ashley, thoughts?
I'm happy for anything. I'm not hungry just now, so I'm not eating yet anyway. So
that's fine. In which case, let's do 45 minutes again. Because I just feel, oh no, that's 4 hours and 5 minutes.
Don't do that. That's too long.
That's a lot, isn't it? Yeah, if we do 45 minutes, then we can eat and stuff. Oh, Pixie, to answer that, I was just really vaguely asking about your commissions because I keep seeing all your artwork and stuff and all your little paintings. And I don't mean that in a patronizing way. I mean the way they sit, they're like this big. And I was just interested. It was just a super vague question about your artwork. But if you leave a comment, and then we'll catch up after the sprint. 1, so I can read, but mainly so I can eat. And I'll see you guys in a bit. Hello. Well, I had Dinny Dints and then I read 25 pages. Woo. So, how did you guys do?
I didn't read. I ate and then I played on my phone.
That's fair. That's fair. What you, Ashley?
I read 19 pages.
That's not bad.
And I've decided that I will go and get a Chinese once I get to volume 2. That's like my reward.
Nice.
That seems like a fabulous idea.
I like that.
I was trying to think of a way I can reward myself for getting like 1 volume done. You know, it's like usually in parts and stuff, and you're like, I feel accomplished. So I was like, let's give myself a reward.
I think that's fair, and I think Chinese is a solid choice. Well, I've got just about 100 pages to go.
That's not too bad.
Exciting and terrifying. Let's see how you guys did. So I'm going to go backwards because for some reason I've jumped all the way down. So I got page 170 in HOSAB and made my smoothie for lunch. Excellent. That is roughly where I am in the book as well, which is quite exciting. I read a bit more and then watched Gavin's new video. What is Gavin's new video about? And why have I was like, why have I not seen the link? Oh, because I haven't gone on YouTube. That's why.
Let's have a look.
And Pixie does not currently have commissions open, but is very interested in yellow. So, yes, thank you. I was reading that earlier. I just thought I'd give it a shout out.
You know what I can see is the one we watched the other day, Hannah, the Rainbow Bookshelf Scavenger Hunt.
Oh, it probably is that one then.
Yeah. He hasn't done another one.
Yeah, I've been reading HOSAB since Feb. And apparently I only read like 20 pages at a time. And then I don't pick it up again for about a month because that's healthy. Celine is back. Hello, Celine. And yeah, it's that one. Excellent.
So you'll finish it by the end of the year, maybe.
If we're lucky. No, I'm kind of, I have set myself the task to finish the books that I am currently reading on Goodreads before picking up anything else. Not this included.
How many have you got on your Goodreads currently reading?
5.
That's not too bad.
Yeah, I'm actually currently reading 13 books though. There are a few on there that I just haven't updated. So
I feel quite proud of myself because now I'm only reading the one of this, Hazelwood, which I'm buddy reading with Hannah, and Midnight Sun, which is an interesting experience and taking me forever.
Yeah.
Midnight Sun is in Twilight Midnight Sun.
Yeah, because I'm torturing.
Just DNF it. I'm the person who doesn't DNF, and I'm like, just DNF it. Honestly, just no.
I can't because I'm doing it for a video, and I've been doing this video for months, and Hannah and I listened to a part of the audiobook, and I honestly was like, this narrator needs to just chill out. I mean, Edward needs to chill out the entire time, but that narrator does an excellent job of encompassing Edward's his entire attitude of everything sucks and I'm gonna kill everyone. Boo-hoo, I'm a big man child.
Yeah, boo-hoo, I'm a big man child.
It really bugs me because I love Twilight. Like, I love Twilight. It's like my comfort read. If I'm ever sad, it's a book I go to. If I'm like really excited, I just like don't know what to read or anything, I'll go to Twilight. It's just Twilight's my comfort reads. And then I look at Midnight Sun and I'm like, I hate you, but I'm never going to unhaul it because I own all the rest of her work. So I'd be really annoyed that I just don't have this one book. So I'm like, it's there, but it's never being read again.
My biggest question is, why does Midnight Sun have to be 800 pages long when Twilight was only, 300 pages or something?
Twilight was like 400, and then that one's like double. And I'm like, what?
It's almost like the author is obsessed with her own creation.
Well,
that she is so desperately in love with Edward, she wanted to write 800 pages.
I think it was the fact that she wanted to give more of the Cullens because you get more of their powers and stuff. But at the same time, I think because she waited so long to release it, because it was meant to come out a good decade or something before it actually did. Like, I just feel like it really dragged. But she said she hated writing it. And she never wants to do another one from Edward's perspective.
I don't believe that for a second, because her obsession with Edward is so clear in Twilight that she has created this fictional boyfriend for herself that it doesn't even remotely surprise me that when she got to write a book all about him, it was 800 pages long. No one writes a book they hate and then still manages to make it 800 pages. No one's ever written an essay for school and it's been 800 pages, right? Never happened. So
also, Pixie, your thing about the gender swap Twilight. When I first started doing my rereads of Twilight, and I'm sorry, Ashley, I reread Twilight in 2020, and I couldn't stand by it. I understand why people enjoy it and why it's people's comfort reads, but rereading it, I was like, oh my god, why am I doing this to myself? But like, I asked like my audience if they want me to do the gender swapped one, and everyone was like, no.
What,
it's
Life
just
and Death?
Twilight again. Huh?
Life and Death.
Yeah.
That
one. Yeah, and I was told not to bother because it is just Twilight again.
It's got a different ending though.
Yeah.
But it's pretty much just Twilight, yeah. I'm not going to deny it. It's basically Twilight. It's just has a different ending. That's essentially it.
It ended the way Twilight should have ended.
See, I think for me, I was really lucky because I got into it when I was like 12-ish, and I was like addicted to the movie, and then I read the books, and so like I became obsessed that way. And then I kind of went through my teen years with Twilight, like from like early teen all the way up. So for me, it was more, I read it at the right time, and now it's just so nostalgic to me and has that like love for me because it was kind of like the first book that's got me back into reading. Like, I've always been a reader, but I was always kind of like, I'll read, I'll stop, I'll read, and I stop, and I read, and I stop. But Twilight was just like the first one in ages. I just been like, this is it. Like, I'm back to reading. So it has that special place for me.
I read Twilight when I was in sixth form, and I read it before it was cool. Like, I had read the first two before the movies were even like teased. And I remember like my friends discovering Twilight like months after I had finished the books and stuff, and having to lend my copies to all of my friends individually and like really, really liking them, which is why I won't reread them because I know they won't hold up for me. I'm such a picky reader now. There's no way. And I'm really not enjoying our little buddy read listening. I like reading it with Lizzie, the Midnight Sunbear, because it's funny to watch Lizzie kind of be like, like he's so angsty. But no, they are not the one for me.
It's just as a spark of joy, and Edward's like, no, I'm not allowed to be happy. I'm not allowed to feel joy. The only emotion I must have is angst.
She's writing another 4 Twilight books. And I'm like, I'm excited. But none of them are from Edward's perspective. I'm hoping one's from Carlisle's. Because I would love to see his past. I feel like his would be really fun.
See, there was a moment.
I just don't care.
Hannah, remember that one shining moment where we thought it was going to become a thriller? When Carlisle drugs that man. I was like, wait, are we going to get something real dark? Oh no, he just takes him to a police station. That was weirdly exciting for a second.
Why would you think that? Like, Carlisle has never eaten anybody before. Like,
there is specifically a bit where it's the guy who like was chasing Bella that Edward scares off. They then go back and kidnap him because Edward saw his super gross rapey thoughts. And there's obviously the bit where he's like, and I had to let Carlisle do it because otherwise I was going to do terrible things to him, but he wasn't going to get away with it, and Carlisle was going to punish him, and it was just the way it was written. It really set up they were going to fully just decapitate this dude. And then it was just he'd been dropped off at a police station. Ooh.
I honestly felt like we'd find out later on that Carlisle had this secret dungeon, which is why there's blood in Breaking Dawn, is because they're slowly filtering blood out of this man or something really dark. And for a shining moment, I was like, wait, this is juicy. And then I was like, oh, okay then.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Carlisle did have a dungeon just there. a different kind of dungeon.
Hilarious. Now there is a Twilight book I would read.
I would love that. I'd be like, yes, let's get it. But Stephanie and I won't write that.
No, she won't. I was the wrong age when Twilight came out, so I've consumed it with more academic interest. That's fair. I read the first, just didn't like it, but I do enjoy the movies. The movies are such an easy watch. Like,
Sure.
they're so paint by numbers. But for me, Stephanie Meyer and Cassandra Clare are much of a muchness. Both of them could retire for all I care. Like, if they could just stop selling books. There's another turfy author that I won't mention who could also just fucking retire. That'd be great. And some certain old white men that could just get off Twitter. That would really make my day a lot easier.
Yeah.
And on that note, should we do another sprint?
I just want to congratulate you because we've been live since for 10.5 hours.
Mm-hmm. I'm fully ready to go to bed, but I've still got 100 pages to go. So, but I've got a horrible suspicion that I know exactly what's going to happen in the next few pages.
What do you think is going to happen?
At the moment, she's kind of doing that whole, not making amends, but kind of like talking stuff through with Elena. And I think something is going to come out about her that is not good. And she's going to somehow find a way to blame either Mark and do something about it, or her dad.
Interesting.
Who is a bellend. Like, her dad is not a nice person either.
No.
But, like, she's borderline sociopathic at this point.
Interesting.
But, yeah. We shall see. You guys good for 45 minutes? When are you disappearing for your Chinese, Ashley?
Once I get to part 2, I don't know when that is. So.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you knew how many pages that would be.
Let me have a look, see. Give me a sec. I am on page 156. Volume 2 starts on 166. So I might disappear before the sprint goes off. If I'm not here when the sprint goes off, I'm at the Chinese. But no. I should possibly be back by then.
Okay, cool. All right, sweet. All right, well, I will click go, and I will see you guys in 45 minutes. I think that's the best time we've ever had. How you getting on?
I finished Baby Teeth. I didn't really like it, to be honest.
No, I didn't think you would.
It's just really boring.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I thought it would be a lot more exciting than it was. I mean, sapphic vampires, you know? But, like, no.
Yeah. Because it doesn't really focus so much on the vampires as it does, like, the toxicity of their relationship.
Yeah. And then I got 36 pages into Love and Other Disasters.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm mad.
Why?
Because the homophobic character in this is called Lizzie.
Oh, no! That's so unfortunate.
Yeah.
That sucks.
I'm like, no, that's not cool.
No. Well, the thing is, it was quite funny because you said the other day, you were like, oh, there's a character called Lizzie. And you were like all excited about it.
No, she's just...
Pixie would like to know about the lesbian vampire book.
It's called Baby Teeth, but like, I don't think it's worth picking up, Pixie. It's not a long novel in verse, but it doesn't really focus on like the interesting parts of being like a vampire or anything. It's just like, I'm hungry all the time. Nom nom nom.
Thing is, so the vampirism is definitely like a metaphor for depression and anxiety and stuff like that. And it's just the fact that the vampiric girlfriend is constantly taking from the non-vampiric girlfriend. And whilst the non-vampiric girlfriend is fully prepared to give every facet of herself and constantly give more, it is destroying her. And rather than them finding a way to cope together and ever like communicating that with each other or with other people in their lives who also have very similar issues, she almost completely destroys the person that she's in love with. And it's really like dark. However, it really skirts all of those things, almost as if the author wants you to kind of get that this is a metaphor, but doesn't want to fully commit to a story about mental health.
Yeah, I just got bored.
I thought you were slandering the best vampire novel of all time, The Gilda Stories. I have not heard of this. What is this? The Gilda Stories. What is?
I'm also
Is that by Jewel Gomez? Because that, yep, Benevolent Vampires and Lesbian American Odyssey. That's probably the one. Apparently it's really good. Interesting.
You'll have been live for 12 hours soon.
Yep. Ashley went and got her Chinese, by the way, and she'll be back when she's eaten.
Mm-hmm. How much longer do you have left of Ghosted? What page are you on?
About 60 pages.
What you thinking?
Huh?
Hmm?
Are you falling asleep?
No, I'm just tired.
That's it.
No,
I've still got some energy, so I'm okay. I'm thinking that I wasn't expecting it about the dad. I should have seen that coming, really. But the whole thing about the baby and the bedside table and the money, I kind of saw coming.
Mm-hmm.
The moment she was like, well, I didn't take it. And then when she left the message for Elena, I was like, it won't have been Elena. There's only one other person who's been in the house that we know of.
Yeah. Yeah, when she was throwing the accusation around, I was like, oh, that's a...
Yeah.
Like, you just thought about it a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you thought it was weird that Mark was at your dad's.
I don't think that Mark would have gone there specifically for the money. I think he would have gone along to kind of learn more about his wife, who was being incredibly distant. But when he saw an out, he saw an out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep, that's the one. You must read it. It does such interesting things with the tradition of vampire lore in the context of Black and Indigenous lives in the US. Interesting. And of course, lesbianism, which I think we're all here for, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. It was really funny. I was watching Becca's Patreon catch up yesterday, and she's like, I don't understand people who aren't attracted to women. And like it just really tickled me. And I feel like that is a mood.
Mm. Is it though?
Women are attractive. Right?
Huh? What?
Women are attractive, aren't they? Like, as standard?
Yeah.
Why am I convincing you?
Don't know, you're the straight one.
I am the straight one. But I'm also not blind, so it's okay. I love that I say that with massive glasses on, but... Right, Lizzie, do you want me to just crack on with another sprint and get this finished so you can go to bed? Because I feel like you are hanging on by a thread.
Well, I think I might watch your vlog in the next sprint because I think I'll be able to squeeze it in.
Well, yeah, because it's 38 minutes long, so...
So I might do that.
That's fair.
I'm not in love with this book so far.
No, that's fair. Thing is, you're not a massive fan of romance and contemporary anyway, and if you're like, oh great, the homophobia is rife, which we were not given a forewarning about, then that's
Well, no, it's just with one of the characters being non-binary, it's just one character who wasn't like okay and accepting, and it's just real unfortunate that they share my name because I'm like, don't like that, made me sad.
Well, one more half an hour and I will have been sprinting for 12 hours. Which is longer because I finished at 11 hours last time.
Yeah,
even though this is a shorter book, it has been a harder read than The Hollow Places.
But you've had people on the entire time, so you've been having longer chats and you might not than you might have done without people on. Yeah,
for sure. I was going to try and do that poll thing, but I don't know how to do that.
And then you have to have like a separate thing, like a separate program that runs it.
I don't know, maybe. I'm going to look into that when I'm done reading because I would like whoever is still here to help me pick my next time we do this read. Although I don't actually know what date I will be doing that because obviously Yauk slap bang in the middle of the month.
Yeah.
So, and I'm away on the 24th pretty much until mid-August. So probably the 17th will be the next time I do big old sprints.
That makes sense.
Cool. All right. Well, let's do another sprint then. You can watch my vlog because it's awesome.
Yeah. I'm going to turn my camera off though, because otherwise I'll just be staring into the camera like.
Do you watch my videos that intensely then? You just like.
Oh yeah, I'm like.
You dipstick. All right. Sweet. I will see you in 45 minutes.
Okay.